Welcome to Classic Trials. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. In this series, we observe and analyze the play-by-play of some of the biggest trials that have shaped the public consciousness of the American judicial system. In this season, we're working our way through the case of California v. Erik and Lyle Menendez. Growing up in Princeton, New Jersey, and then Beverly Hills, California, these young men had everything they could ever want, or so it seemed, until one night on August 20th, 1989, they approached Jose and Kitty Menendez with newly purchased shotguns. Put on trial for murdering their own parents, they claimed self-defense, arguing they were terrorized in their own home by abusive parents until they could take no more. Which argument is more convincing? Come join and see for yourself. All right, folks. Hello. Happy Monday. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Why am I a little bit blurry? Hang on a second. Let's see if we can fix that. Mr. Bites just walked in the door, I think. Indy has some thoughts on this Monday. I apologize to all of you that are wearing earbuds. I am so sorry. So anyhow, okay, this is episode 59. Episode 59. We've been doing this for a bit. Today we will be wrapping up the testimony of Dr. Ann Burgess. Last week we left off with this face that she gave the prosecution at the very end of cross-examination. Now we're going to get to redirect. Once she is finished, we will be moving on to Dr. Stuart Hart, who's a professional related to child. I don't know. Should I say the word? Yeah, I guess I can say the word. Related to child abuse. So we're gonna get into some stuff today. Probably trigger warnings abound, as per usual. Mods will put it up in the chat. I'll put it up on the screen from time to time, and we're gonna move on, progress that way as usual. And also as usual, any questions, let me know in the chat, and I will save them as we move along, and I'll answer them as we go. If I don't answer them right away, it's because I've saved them. Occasionally I miss them, but I usually don't on these because the chat doesn't move quite as quickly as it does on some other live streams. All right. Okay, so with that, let's get moving. Oh, and this episode is still going to have some sound issues like last week for the redirect, but this is like a whole hour here. Okay. So this portion, but the next one that when we bring up Dr. Stuart Hart, the volume should be better. So keep that in mind. Let me know if I'm too loud and imbalanced, and then I can always adjust.
Do you know the prosecutor's trying to argue their case to witnesses, Dr. Burgess?
All right, sustain. Your next question.
Yes, you believe Erik Menendez when he tells you he was molested by his father for 12 years, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you believe Erik Menendez when he tells you that it was that molestation that ultimately led to the unraveling of this family?
Yes.
And do you believe that because you're getting paid $100 an hour by the taxpayers of the County of Los Angeles to be a witness in this case?
No, I do not.
Why do you believe him?
There are several reasons why I believe him. One, the statement that he gives regarding his abuse matches much of the criteria that I always use in evaluating statements. And second of all, which is probably equally important, is that the information that I have regarding the father, who is the named abuser in this situation, certainly has characteristics that very much fit in with the type of person that would do this.
All right. Now, when you talk about the type of person that would do this, I think we've indicated there's no set profile for an incest perpetrator.
That is correct.
When Erik Menendez told you the specific details, including things said, things not said, actions taken, of the 12 years of sexual molestation, did the actions and behaviors that he ascribed to his father fit other information you had about Jose Menendez?
Yes, it did.
Is that the pattern that you were referring to of consistency between how Jose Menendez treated people in other aspects of his life and how he operated as a child molester?
Sustained.
What was it that fit the pattern? You've testified that the information from Erik fit a pattern.
Yes, it fit the pattern that one sees generally that I've described in terms of access, et cetera, but it also contains the characteristics that would need to be present for the secrecy to be maintained, for the acts to be maintained, all of those features also.
When he described how his father behaved in the context of the sexual activity, was that consistent or inconsistent with information you had about the father's behavior in other aspects of his life?
Yes, it was consistent.
Now, you're aware of the fact that Erik Menendez testified for, I think, the better part of 10 days in this trial.
Yes.
And Mrs. Bazanich brought to you one fact involving confusion about where he had the conversation about purchasing a handgun. Is that right?
Sustained as to the form of the question, and the answer is stricken.
You're aware that he testified for 10 days?
Yes.
In your cross-examination just now, you remember Mrs. Bazanich bringing to your attention the testimony concerning where it was that he had a conversation on Friday that led him to learn there was a 2-week waiting period for the purchase of a handgun.
Yes.
And you indicated that one explanation for Erik Menendez's confusion on that point, for his being wrong, which I believe he also testified to, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. Was that he has a naming problem.
Yes.
And did you see in other aspects of his testimony a similar naming problem?
Yes.
With respect, for example, to the purchase by his mother of a rifle, did that piece of evidence indicate a naming problem?
Yes, it did.
And with respect to what states various cities are in, did that indicate a naming problem?
Yes, it did.
Now, in your opinion, if someone is going to make up a story like that, does he have to name the place at all?
No, it does not.
Now, are you assuming in your analysis of the significance or lack of significance of that testimony that, in fact, he was at a different store than the Big Five?
Calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness. Objection sustained.
Well, Mrs. Bazanich asked you for your opinion of whether or not his testimony in that regard was significant.
Yes.
And you indicated it wasn't because you know he has a naming problem.
Yes.
Does that mean that you assume he was at a different store?
No.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
Is there another analysis that you have applied to that information to explain the cognitive dissonance, if you will, between saying Big Five and there not being real handguns being sold? We
Yes.
assume, we've yet to hear that evidence, at Big Five.
Yes.
And what's the other analysis of that?
He could have been at that store and misunderstood these guns, and looked at one and assumed it was another one, not being familiar with guns.
And in your
Just so you guys know, I am seeing the people talking about the volume being low. I can't turn this one up. I can't boost it in any way. So I'll just turn myself down and just turn up your overall volume so that when I pause and talk, you guys don't have your eardrums blown out. And then when we switch over to the next one, then I'll readjust again.
your experience, you've had a great deal of experience, have you not, in understanding how people's memory works? In your role as an evaluator, as a therapist,
Yes.
do people have photographic memories for conversations occurring years before?
Not necessarily.
Well, do they tend to have line for line literal memories?
Not for years before, no.
Now, you have alluded to Erik Menendez's statements to the police on both August 21st and September 17th as having some kind of special significance to you?
Yes, I have.
And did they have significance with respect to Eric's tendency to tell the truth?
Yes, they did.
And would you explain to the jury? No, strike that. You heard Mrs. Bazanich ask Dr. Tyler, for example, if Erik lied to the police. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
In your opinion, on balance, in evaluating those two statements, did Erik Menendez lie to the police?
Sustained.
What is significant to you about the statements of August 21st and September 17th?
What is significant to me, more so in the September, because it's a longer interview, is that there was one misstatement made about seeing a Batman movie, but more likely than not, that not only were the statements true, but the statements placed him at the scene of the crime, and that some of the statements were indicators both of confession as well as guilt.
Now, when you're saying that the statement placed him at the scene of the crime, obviously he was at the scene of the crime and he and his brother called 911. Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
He was also at the death scene.
And are you saying that he's telling the police, I was there when my parents were killed?
Yes, I believe that.
How does he do that?
He does that because several of the statements speak to sensory stimulation and memory. And specifically by that, I mean the smelling of the smoke that does come through both on the first interview. He says he smelled smoke. Later in the interview, a few pages later, he says that something about being 4 hours before. So clearly, being able to smell smoke is something that he would have had to have been there to have smelled.
Okay. So if I understand you, you say he is actually giving them these clues that he's there.
Yes, he is.
And what follow-up questions do the officers ask in August and September to his revelation that he both saw and smelled smoke?
Right, as to the objection, it's irrelevant, objection sustained.
Well, is there any further discussion? Do the police ask?
Sustained.
As a crime scene evaluator, if the suspect told you that he was not at the scene of the crime, he had arrived 2 hours after the shooting, and yet he smelled smoke and saw smoke, as a person who's evaluating crime scenes, would that be of significance to you?
Sustained.
I'd like to approach on this issue, Your Honor.
There's no need. She has no expertise in gunshots or use of firearms. She said that. Objection
I
sustained.
don't believe that's
Objection
true.
sustained.
Well, that's not the issue upon which I want to approach.
It would seem to be. So objection
No,
sustained.
it isn't.
Go ahead.
You're reading my mind now as
Oh,
well?
geez.
Try.
Such talent.
Go ahead and ask your next question.
The fact that she could kind of get away with that and like make the courtroom laugh is like that there was a moment there where I wasn't sure if if things were going to get hairy between her and the judge. Definitely bringing some spice at this point in the courtroom. People are either comfortable or uncomfortable, but I mean, that could have gone a very different way.
You understood that the implication of Mrs. Bazanich's statements was that Erik Menendez was lying to you, did you not?
Yes.
You understood from her recitation of other questions that she is implying that he is a liar.
Overall.
In talking to the police in this case,
Yes.
do you find instances where he is virtually confessing?
Sustained. The answer is strict.
Do you find instances where he is telling the police the truth about family, the same truth that he told you?
Sustained.
Did he tell you the truth that he killed his parents and how it happened? Your Honor, I would like to approach.
Well, Well, she's kind of gotten stuck in some quicksand here. Every single objection, every single question that she's asking is met with an objection, and every objection is getting sustained. And I don't think that this is really, you know, bias against the defense here. The questions that she's asking are objectionable, right? It is actually speculation for this witness to be able to tell, what is the truth, right? The truth, that's like the whole point of the jury being here and hearing all of the evidence and hearing from all these witnesses. So, if she just took out that portion of the question, like, did he tell you the truth? Did he tell you, that he killed his parents in this way, XYZ? That's what the jury is going to ultimately agree is the truth, but just take that out of your sentence, and then you are no longer asking your witness to speculate.
All right, we're about to resume. Just a point of reference, ladies and gentlemen. We had anticipated, well, let me back up. The lawyers told me that they would finish this examination this morning, and we're still at it this afternoon. So it's taking quite a bit longer than anticipated, and it's unfortunate because we had the other jury come in today, and we had expected to get to them this morning, and we're still plugging away at this afternoon. So they're waiting in the wings. So hopefully we'll finish this fairly quickly so that we can get on with the next phase of the trial. And once we finish with this witness, I'll give you a little more information about the scheduling and as to your situation. All right, you may continue your examination.
Okay, would you relate to us which things that Erik Menendez said to the police on the 17th were significant in your evaluation of him?
Yes. On September 17th, let me just start reading.
Just tell us what was significant. If you need to rely, that's the statement itself that you've marked?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, on page 8, it's a pair of jeans I have like lumps here, and then he says a hole comes out here, back here, and a hole comes out back here, almost like a bullet hole or something.
And what's significant about us telling the police that he has jeans that may have a bullet hole in them?
Well, this is the first spontaneous statement he's made in 8 pages, and he goes on and explains it, and he really wants to show the police officer these jeans.
Objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
Does he tell the police he wants to show them the jeans?
Yes, he does.
Okay. What's the next significant thing?
Okay, the next significant point is where he talks about there was a lot of smoke in the room.
Right.
And the next is, from what I remember, I thought about it 3 million times in my mind. It wasn't loud. Did you notice the TV? And then he goes into the point about the TV.
Let me point out to Dr. Burgess, you don't have to read.
Just to clarify, which statement is this? The one the night of the shooting?
No, this is September 17th.
In New Jersey.
The New Jersey interview.
Dr. Burgess, you don't have to read the statement. You can summarize the particular piece of it that you're relying on. Now, this particular piece that you just talked about, where he said he's thought about it 3 million times, does that have any, and he had talked about the smoke in the room, does that have any significance to you?
Yes, it does.
And what does that tell you?
It's a recurring intrusive thought that is specifically about what he saw.
Okay, and would you expect that in recurring intrusive thought about what he saw if this was a cool, calculated, planned homicide for money?
Sustained.
Is that significant in your conclusion? The prosecution's just been probing that this was a crime of high emotionality and low thinking.
Yes.
Why?
Because if he had high thinking, low emotionality, this would not be something that would be coming into his mind. It would have been done. If it was a plan, it would have been done. It would have been over with, and it wouldn't have been thought about 3 million times in a 3-week period.
Are you finding in that statement that there is a traumatic effect of this incident on Erik?
Yes.
And would you expect a crime that was planned for the purpose of money to have a traumatic effect?
Overruled.
No, I did not expect that.
What is the next indication in that statement that you, or the next statement by Erik Menendez in that statement that you found significant?
Okay, on the same page as I smell the smoke every day.
And is that like the previous statement?
Yes, but he repeats it. He didn't have to.
Okay.
Again, just going on to the next page, he now gives a description. It was like a slow haze. The room was like dark yellow. It was like a full slick haze. And sitting from there, what I remembered, so he goes now into what he sees as well as what he smells.
Okay. What's the significance of his now telling the police this 3 times that he saw the smoke and he saw the haze?
He is really telling what's in his mind. I mean, this is his telling what's in his mind.
Okay.
So, and this says that he is right back at that crime scene.
And do you think this is part of the story that he and his brother were supposed to tell the police?
Sustain.
If you had any, well, Mrs. Bozanich asked you about his ability to tell this story that he and his brother had decided to tell the police after the crime. Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Do you have any indication that as part of the story they were going to tell the police that they saw smoke and smelled smoke?
No.
Is that the kind of pre-planned alibi that you're familiar with organized killers?
No.
Do organized killers try to give away the fact that they've been at the scene of the crime at the time of death?
Sustain.
Based on your research in the literature, do organized killers give away the fact that they're present at the time of death?
Sustain.
You've talked about, just to seg you off here for a second, talked about this notion that what Erik and Lyle Menendez told the police about going to the movies and then going to meet somebody in Santa Monica did not fit your definition of an alibi.
Yes.
Did any part of that story, okay, that they told, that we went to the movies and we went to Santa Monica, actually cover them for the time of the shooting?
Rephrase the question.
Yes. What is an alibi?
An alibi is something that you give so that it covers you for a period of time when something happened.
It means you're someplace else.
Someplace else, yes.
Okay. And it's a way to establish, is it not, that you're someplace else?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware of the fact that in this state they don't lock the doors to movie theaters?
Well, the question is she aware of that fact?
I'm not.
Well, have you ever been in a movie theater where you've been locked in?
No.
Is it your understanding and belief that if you go into a movie theater, even in Los Angeles, you can leave?
You can leave. Okay.
And is it your notion of an alibi to tell the police that you were at some place to meet somebody when you didn't meet the person?
Right. That doesn't make sense.
And when the person will know that you weren't there at the time that the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Is that your idea of an alibi?
No, that's not my idea of an alibi.
Now, is it necessary in order to create an alibi that you have to create a ruckus in a residential neighborhood with 2 shotguns?
No.
And Mrs. Bozanich suggested in her question that they used shotguns to make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Does that make sense to you with respect to creating an alibi?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Is that something that you believe is preparatory to creating an alibi?
No.
Is that preparatory to getting caught red-handed?
Sustained.
Is that the kind of activity that you've categorized as a disorganized crime scene with a high risk of detection?
Yes.
Now, you have indicated that in making your assessment or evaluation of Erik Menendez and in assessing his credibility, whether you believe what he's telling you, you considered the fact that he's in jail faced with a very serious crime.
Yes,
correct?
I did.
Is it your opinion that Because a person is in jail, he could not have been sexually molested by the person he killed.
No.
Is it your opinion that there is usually a reason or a cause for homicide?
Yes.
Is it your opinion in this case that the sexual molestation of Erik Menendez was an originating cause for these homicides?
Yes, it is.
You were asked whether or not all secretive families are families in which incest or abuse is going on.
Yes,
And I believe you said no.
that's correct.
Are most, however, incestuous and abusive families secretive?
Yes, they are.
Is secrets the way that abuse continues?
Yes, it is.
And did you find in examining all the information in this case that this was a highly secretive family?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, can we take that break because I have to make that phone call?
How much longer do you have?
I have about 20, 25 minutes.
And you committed to that phone call at this hour?
I'm committed to the phone call, yes, but not to what the phone call wants.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, only 5 minutes. So we'll keep on going here. So at 5 minutes after the hour, we'll continue. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. 5 after 3 is when we return. All right. We have all the jurors back. You may continue your redirect examination, rather.
Thank you, Your Honor. Concerning the interview that Erik Menendez had with the police on September 17th, was there a passage in that interview that you recall when Erik was talking about when he was little?
Yes.
And was there something significant to you about that passage in that statement?
Yes.
What was he, without reading it, basically, what was he telling the police?
He essentially talked about when he was younger and little and he used to love everything, but as getting older, life is colder.
And did that suggest something to you about what was going on in his state of his mind at that time?
Yes.
What was that?
What was going on in his mind had to do with reflections on what his life had been. It's a pretty clear statement of that.
Is it also a reflection of that he has hurt someone?
Yes, that certainly is present too.
Do you recall his asking Detective Zoller 2 questions during the course of that interview? The first one being, would the police have shot me if I came out with a gun?
Yes.
And was that a significant statement to you concerning whether he's, part of him at least, is telling the truth?
Yes.
And do you recall his also asking Detective Zoller whether or not the police had figured out that it was someone that they, meaning his parents, knew?
Yes, he did say that.
And does that bear on the same issue?
Yes, that bears on the total interview.
Do you recall his telling the police in that statement about his mother having bought a gun and about arguments in the family?
Yes.
Do you recall his telling Detective Zoller in that statement that he wanted to get away from his father, that he wanted to go to college and to live at the dorms?
Yes, that is in the statement.
Now, is there anything that he says in that, either the statement of August 21st or the statement of September 17th, where he is suggesting that any other people, bodies, or entities may be responsible for the killing of his parents? Does he say anything about anybody else being involved?
No, he does not.
Does he direct the police to look into any other areas of his parents' lives?
Sustained.
Are there any words in that statement that tell them, look at his business, it might be the mob, it must have been a burglary, anything like that?
No, that is not present in the statement.
Now, you indicated that the things that you look to in evaluating Erik's credibility, had to do with the context of the statement, the details that he gave, and how those details fit into your wide understanding of root patterns of child molestation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there also anything about, I think you said on cross-examination, you also looked at what you called affect.
Yes.
What is affect?
Affect is the emotional response that you can see. It's sometimes called demeanor, but it
Whoa.
is when you ask
1990s
the
recordings.
question, does the person smile, laugh, cry, frown? Can you read, if you will, an emotion?
And in evaluating a person who has made a statement to you about child abuse, are there certain emotional responses that you anticipate or expect if the person is being truthful?
Yes. You generally expect some type of affect or emotion.
Now, when you were interviewing Erik Menendez in the jail for these 50 hours, was that a situation in which he was under any extraordinary stress?
Sustained.
In your opinion, was the situation, you were creating the atmosphere along with him, were you not?
Yes.
And were you trying to create an atmosphere of extreme stress?
No.
Were you trying to create a different kind of atmosphere?
Yes, I was.
And why were you doing that?
I was trying to create as comfortable an atmosphere as possible so that he would be able to tell me what had happened to him, regardless of what the question was, with as much, fewer defenses than people usually use defenses, to be able to be genuine and emotive, be able to express his emotions.
And was he genuine, emotive, and able to express his emotions during those 50 hours of interview?
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Did you find his affect during those 50 hours of interview to be appropriate to what he was telling you?
Yes, I did.
And why was it appropriate?
Because depending on what he was talking about, he was able to show a fairly good range of emotion, and it was matched the type of content he was discussing.
And did you think that he was acting?
No, I did not.
What significance do you place, if any, on the fact that as a high school student, he took a drama class?
I don't place any significance on that.
Now, you have testified that, in your opinion, at the time of the shooting of his parents, Erik Menendez was in a state of extreme fear and operating on the body's survival mechanisms.
Yes.
Is that a mental state?
No, it is not.
What is it?
That is a neurobiological state. It is a normal adaptive response that the body gives forth when placed in a dangerous situation.
And in your analysis of the few days preceding the shootings, were there varying levels of fear that, in your opinion, Erik Menendez was experiencing?
Yes, there were.
And over the course of those days, at different times, was he in different phases of the fear response?
Yes, he was.
And during the actual shootings, was he in that second phase that you've talked about?
Yes, he was.
And is there then a third phase that I think you described he was in right after, during the foyer?
Yes, there was.
Now, Mrs. Bozanich has asked you about the Saturday night incident. And I think you indicated that was a situation in which he neither fought nor fled.
That's right.
What state was he in?
Well, one of the states was a freezing state. He was positioned, but not acting and not retreating.
And did that bear at all in the fact that he did not get up, as Mrs. Bozanich had suggested, and unlock the door and allow his father in so that he could then shoot him? Did that have any significance to you on his attitude towards his father?
Yes.
And what significance did it have?
The significance is he did not want to shoot his father.
Now, you were asked a question about the sexual preferences, if you will, of Mr. Menendez. In every incest family where the incest perpetrator is a natural parent,
Yes.
okay, didn't that natural parent have to have sex with an adult member of the opposite sex in order to have a child to molest?
Generally, yes.
And there are, of course, well-documented cases, are there not, of father-son incest?
Yes, there are.
And those fathers obviously had to have sex with a female to produce that son.
That is correct.
So that doesn't tell you anything about sexual preference, does it?
No, it doesn't.
There you go.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you if you had ever contacted the prosecution to see if they had any information that you hadn't already been provided with. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're aware of the fact, are you not, that the prosecution has your report?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you're aware, are you not, that for months the prosecution has had your curriculum vitae?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Did they ever contact you?
No, they did not.
Did you consider in your evaluation of the credibility of the information that Erik Menendez was giving you the fact that during his testimony, none of his evidence concerning sexual molestation was impeached?
That's correct. I understand that.
Now, concerning the issue of the expectation that Erik Menendez had about going to UCLA, okay?
Yes,
Mrs. Bozanich showed you a report from a witness who has not yet testified in this case. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Are you aware of other reports from other witnesses who indicated that it was Mrs. Menendez who wanted Erik to go to Berkeley and Mr. Menendez who insisted he go to UCLA?
That was my understanding.
Now, I think you testified at one point that over the course of those few days before the shooting, there was sort of a gradual increase or heightening in the fear level.
That is correct.
In your opinion, from Tuesday night, when Lyle Menendez indicated that he would talk to Dad, if you will, about the molestation of Erik, through Sunday night, was there a constantly increasing level of fear?
Yes, there was.
And were there moments when that new level would abate somewhat?
Yes, there were.
And then would something else happen that would raise it to yet another level?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that why you talk about the events of Sunday night being cumulative?
Yes, it is.
When you were analyzing all the information that you had, and particularly the information, well, strike that. I think you indicated that in response to a question from Mrs. Bozanich concerning those 5 critical factors in those days,
Yes.
that you didn't just analyze, you didn't just make render an opinion on what Erik was feeling, if you will, at the time of the shootings based on those 5 days, but on everything else you had looked at.
That is correct.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was I went through all of the materials that had come in from the prosecution side, all of the interviews that I could have available, especially the police interview, any kinds of reports that were available.
And when you're talking about the consistency of the behavior of
Yes.
Erik Menendez during those last few days, are you viewing that through the prism, if you will, of his lifelong relationship with his parents?
Yes, I am.
Now, what was your understanding, if any, concerning when the particular bed that Erik had moved from the Beverly Hills house to his house was purchased?
I don't know when it was purchased.
So you don't know how long he had owned that?
No, I
before he
don't.
moved? Do you believe in, I mean, in your professional opinion, You have talked about children who are the victims of abuse developing coping mechanisms, rescue fantasy, other mechanisms, correct?
Yes.
Is it common that among these children that there is a point, particularly in adolescent, when for whatever reason they just cannot take it anymore?
Yes.
And did you see such a point being reached in Erik Menendez's life?
Yes.
And what was that point?
The point was certainly at the point that he was preparing to get out on his own and go to school, go to college.
And so he had a mechanism to get him to that point.
Yes, he had.
And when that mechanism failed, what did he have?
When that mechanism failed, he was completely, all of his hopes and all of his wishes were now collapsed. And that would now require a rethinking or trying to find some new way of coping.
And given the history of this family and its interactions, was his turning to his brother a logical or an appropriate or a predictable thing that he would do under those circumstances? How do you understand his turning to his brother at that time?
I saw this as a logical choice for him, someone he found in the family. He had always idolized his older brother. There certainly has been testimony about how much he would write about his brother. And this was a very solid bond that he now was working on to get him out of that situation and to move forward.
And from the perspective of how he was raised in this family, was it an irrational act for Erik Menendez to rely on his older brother?
No.
Sustained, the answer stricken.
Was it an understandable act given the history of this family?
Sustained.
Did he have, in your opinion, based on everything you know, anyone else that it would have been logical for him to turn to?
Overall.
Yeah, that's
No.
Now, you were asked by Mrs. Bozanich about Dr. Oziel and this waiver that Mrs. Bozanich mentioned.
Yes.
You recall Dr. Oziel himself admitting that there were other waivers besides the one that was admitted into evidence.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember Dr. Oziel testifying on the stand and revealing himself to be an absolute quack of a doctor? Yes, I remember that.
And did you, I think you testified that you could understand a child molester allowing his child to go to a psychologist, particularly in the context where there's going to be waivers of confidentiality. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You had talked about this pattern of molestation and incest, particularly behaviors in families, of one where efforts are made to make sure the child keeps the secret.
Yes.
As the child gets older, do the strategies usually change?
Overall.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because as the child develops, there are going to be additional aspects that come into being, and so that there can be a remodification of some of the coping. What worked younger may not work when they're older.
Yeah, I'm talking about it, though, from the perspective of the perpetrator, if you will. If a child has lived with a secret, and as far as the perpetrator knows, kept the secret for year in and year out, and is now an adolescent, okay?
Yes.
Is it more likely or less likely that that child is now trained to keep the secret?
Oh, yes, the child will keep the secret, yes.
So would there be less anxiety about the child revealing the secret at that point?
Yes.
Sustained, the answer stricken.
Do you think Jose Menendez, well, do you think any child molester in an incest family would be as concerned about a child who had kept a secret for 10 years versus one who had not?
Sustained.
Did you see, based on everything you knew about this family, any particular risk to Jose Menendez that the secret was going to be revealed by sending Erik Menendez to a Dr. Oziel who would go along with a non-confidential therapy of an adolescent?
Sustained.
Would you ever take an adolescent into therapy where you suspected, or you had reason to suspect abuse, and agree to share that therapy with a parent?
Sustained.
Is that appropriate practice?
Sustained. Sustained.
Why?
Doesn't matter that she's getting objected to and those objections are getting sustained at this point because she's just putting that question in front of the jury. As long as the jury's actually paying attention at this point. It's been a very long bit of testimony. For us, like we're relatively fresh because we're coming back into this. But remember the judge's comments that like he's like, I really wanted all of this to be, finished this morning before lunch, and yet here we are. So the jury might not be paying attention, but if they are in fact paying attention, um, this is just Leslie putting those thoughts in the jurors' brains, to be like, I mean, is this appropriate? No, probably not. I think you don't have to be a psychologist to really have an opinion on that. But yeah, it is funny to see when Leslie doesn't really care what the objection's going to be, and she kind of knows it's going to get sustained. She just wants to put the question in front of the jury anyway.
Why
On to
didn't
something
you?
else.
Yeah, okay. You indicated you didn't contact Dr. Oziel.
Correct.
Did you have a lot of material concerning Dr. Oziel's relationships with a number of different people besides Mr. Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And did you read all that material?
Yes, I did.
And you said that you believed that the notes that you had of Dr. Oziel's were not original notes, but reconstructed from memory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are those notes upon which you, as a professional, would ever rely?
No, they're not.
Would you rely on the opinion of Dr. Oziel based on everything you know about him?
No, I would not.
I have nothing further on.
Any recross?
I'm going to object to that. That is absolutely untrue and
Right.
improper
That's-
question.
Let me hear the question first.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
All right,
And I would like to approach on this issue because that is simply a misstatement then.
all right. Again, you're arguing the matter before you do approach, which is obviates the need to approach. This request is denied. The question is withdrawn.
Basically, Leslie, you don't get sidebars if you take snide bars. You got to pick one.
You may ask another question.
Oh man, 1993 recordings.
Dr. Burgess, do you understand that your report was not made available to prosecution until shortly before the witness stand?
Object is an improper question, Your Honor, given the rules of
Objection overruled.
115.
Objection overruled. You asked the question. Now it's time to put it to the same hearing. Objection overruled.
I just want to
Objection overruled.
Oh geez.
correct.
Say you're citing Proposition 115. Objection overruled.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you remember the question?
Yes. My understanding is my report was made available before my testimony. I don't know precisely how long, but I know it was made available before I testified.
Within 2 days before you testified.
Objection misstates the fact.
All right, it's a question. The answer is she doesn't know.
And during the period of time before your name was made available, was it your understanding that you could contact the prosecution and discuss your findings as to Erik Menendez?
One of the questions made, Your Honor, with respect to her name being made available.
All right, just rephrase the question.
Dr. Burgess, were you at liberty to discuss your findings with the prosecution prior to your report being made available to the prosecution?
I'm not aware of how that would work. I really don't know. I did not contact prosecution, as I've already said.
You had no discussions with the prosecution prior to testifying about the content of your findings as to Erik Menendez, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. And let me see counsel at the sidebar here. In discussing the matter with the lawyers, they indicate that the next two witnesses who are to testify will be before the gold jury and not you folks. And the way things have gone and the way time estimates have been, regardless of what they say, it seems that we won't need you for the balance of the week. This is Wednesday, and these other two witnesses probably would take the rest of the week to finish. There's a problem with one of the gold jurors Friday afternoon. So the way things look now, we won't be able to get back to you until Monday at 9 o'clock.
Okay. Well, we are gonna end that there, and we are going to move on to the next witness. And okay.
In the trial,
Whoa.
this
I forgot about that. It is louder. I'm going to turn down my volume. And I'm going to turn down my computer volume, turn up my actual volume, like my mic, I should say. Okay. So I am now louder. And that should be balanced properly with them. KK Gons, what is a gold jury? So there are two juries. Sorry, there are two juries in this trial. It's technically two trials happening at the same time. One of the juries is the jury for Erik Menendez. The other one is the jury for Lyle Menendez. One is gold, one is blue. I had to write them down. The gold jury is Lyle's jury. The blue jury is Erik's jury. So that's what that is. Also, there are a few other questions that I have here. KM, how long was this trial? This trial, it was quite a few weeks. Someone in the chat may have already answered this, but it was pretty long. It was pretty long. Sorry. If I can find a more concrete answer, I will I'll update that. Like 5 months, your everyday sheep. Okay. Yeah, that's a long trial. It's been taking us a minute to get through. Draco Amy, is it common for there to be questionable experts? I remember the guy in Amber Heard or Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial who was a clown too. Yeah, it's fairly common. It's fairly common. I mean, when it comes to experts, it's like you're able to generally find someone who can testify as some kind of an expert who is, willing to testify somewhat favorably towards your side. The question is just how good of an expert witness are they? Some of them are quackier than others. How far down into the barrel do you need to scrape to find an expert based on the facts of the case? That's something that is a factor at times. It's oftentimes an indication of how good or bad your facts are. Link Journey, what are your thoughts on the Menendez brothers trying to get a new trial to have the charges dropped? Manslaughter because of their father's SA. Do they have a case? Well, this one is hard because what they're trying to argue is on 2 points. Number one, there's Roy Rosselló, a member of Menudo, came forward some time ago, I think maybe around a year ago now, and basically said these things happened to me, and this is the guy that did it. It's Jose Menendez. And they're very, very, very similar to the things to what Erik and Lyle say happened to them. So that is one of the things that is helpful to their case, and that they are arguing that this is a reason why they should either get a new trial or have their sentence vacated. They probably want their sentence vacated rather than going through a third trial. The other part is that they said that they found a letter that was from Andy Cano, their cousin, who was really good friends with Erik Menendez. Erik had written a letter to Andy basically referring to a bunch of the abuse and saying, this stuff is happening again and it's worse than ever before. And it basically, if you read it, it sounds really terrible. It really does sound terrible that it sounds like Erik is writing to him in real time about these things that really seem to very, very strongly suggest what the allegations were. And so this would give a timeliness kind of corroborative effect to the allegations, which the prosecution here was saying, you guys made this up because you're being charged for murder. You'll do anything to try to get out of murder. And so that's what that is going towards. Now, the problem with the letter, as far as I see it, is they would have had notice of that letter because Erik's the one that wrote it. Even if he forgot that he wrote it, the fact that he wrote it means that he should have had some kind of knowledge of its existence. The difference between that and the Roy Rosselló bit is that they wouldn't have any way of knowing about those allegations. I don't think they even knew him personally. So like there's no way for them to have had any sort of control over that evidence coming in any format before. Now, the letter, also has hearsay issues. And, that usually is circumvented by the fact that you can just testify about it. Andy Cano himself also testified in court. So, so that there's issues with that letter that I don't see that being a very strong argument. The Roy Rosselló one is a stronger argument. I don't know how convincing that's going to be, but I do remember the judge in this case around a year ago again, I think it was around a year ago, basically writing to the LA County DA's office saying, like, please explain to me why no one looked more closely at this allegation about Jose Menendez before you guys went to trial, essentially. And I haven't seen anything since then. There hasn't been any real reporting on it, at least not that I've come across. And so it's been very, very interesting to sort of see that, and then kind of nothing. I don't know what's happened in the case since then, but that's basically that. My thoughts are, it's really hard to get an appeal. It's really hard to win an appeal, I should say. And especially if it's something like, to vacate sentencing. But I mean, I don't blame them for at the very least trying. All right, Nico Kiski. Question: shouldn't Oziel's notes be hearsay? Prosecution is asserting that the brothers planned to murder their parents and are using the notes as proof. Not sure if I understood. Yeah, usually that's the case. Usually it's, someone's doctor's notes don't come in on their own. Because you can just have the doctor testifying to them. That's why Amber Heard's like nurses' notes or whatever that were basically taking down her self-serving like statements were not allowed in because they were hearsay. So yeah, that should be the case. All right then. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. All right. Okay. Let's continue on here.
This is the case of People versus Lyle Menendez. He is in court with his attorney, both attorneys, and the people are represented, and our jury is in the courtroom. Hi.
Good evening.
Oh. I think you're entitled to an explanation.
No, not this one.
Well, because you've been so good and patient, we put you in the jury box. How's that? The estimates that we've had in regards to when we would be finished with the other witness involving the other defendant were incorrect, and it took much longer than I had been informed it would take, and it finally concluded this afternoon. So we're now ready to start up with you folks, and we'll be in session the balance of today and tomorrow and Friday afternoon. One of the jurors on your panel has to be elsewhere, so we won't be in session Friday afternoon, but we'll be with you the balance of the week until Friday afternoon, and only you will be here. The other jury will not be here for the balance of the week. It's important that you not be concerned about what occurs in the courtroom when the other jury is in the courtroom and you're not in the courtroom, because as I've told you many times, you must make your decision based only on the evidence presented to you in the trial while you're in the courtroom, and the instructions I give you on the law. What we'll do now is proceed with the testimony for the defendant, the defendant Lyle Menendez. You'll see Erik Menendez in the courtroom as well, but His jury is not, and you should be aware that this testimony is only being received as to the defendant for whom you will make a decision, that is the defendant Lyle Menendez. All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
We are.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Dr. Stuart Hart.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a stand and state your name for the record.
Stuart Newton Hart,
Spell your last name, please.
H-A-R-T.
And your first.
Sorry, didn't realize I muted myself. So we have a paisley tie today, and we even have elbow pads on this jacket. So we've got a lot of 90s action here today.
First name?
Stuart, S-T-U-A-R-T.
Dr. Hart, where are you currently employed,
Indiana University.
and what do you do there?
I'm a professor there. I teach courses. I conduct research, carry out service.
What types of courses do you teach?
A variety. Most of them recently have had to do with child abuse and neglect. I teach a child abuse and neglect course for educators. I teach a seminar, graduate seminar in psychological maltreatment. I'm presently teaching a child development and children's rights course, and frequently I teach basic educational psychology courses for those who are becoming educators. There's a much wider range of courses I've taught over the years, but those are the ones I emphasize now.
How long have you been teaching?
I've been at Indiana University since 1971. I was teaching in public schools before that, since 1961, I suppose. I think.
And how long have you had a specialty in the area of child abuse?
That really developed in the early portion of the 1980s. Although in a sense, working as a psychologist for years before that, I had to give consideration to conditions associated with child abuse.
Did you have a clinical practice?
I had a clinical practice with a corporation of a psychological corporation, or a service corporation, yes, in Indianapolis.
And who did you treat in that practice? Did you treat children or
Children,
adults?
and work with their families.
And were these on abuse and family issues that you dealt with? This
Well, over the
population?
years, including in the work with schools and consulting with schools and a variety of other agencies.
Are you hearing voices?
Yeah, well, I thought I was hearing something.
Don't worry, I heard it
worked with
too.
families, certainly, in which the psychological treatment has been destructive.
And you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD in the area of psychology and
Yeah.
education. Is that correct?
That's right.
And in your work at the university now, are you the director of the Office for the Study of Psychological Rights of the Children?
Of the
Of the
child,
child?
yes.
And can you tell me what that is?
That center was developed following the International Year of the Child in 1979. I chaired the international task force that developed the Declaration for the Psychological Rights of the Child and brought that back to the United States. And my university and a national association decided that we needed a national center to be concerned about children's rights issues. And so it's a center that conducts research, that reviews literature of a variety of kinds, that works with professionals and specialists all over the country to try to clarify children's rights issues and child abuse and neglect issues.
And do you hold any professional licenses?
Yes, as a psychologist in the state of Indiana. may still, I think I may still have a teacher's license too, but I'm not absolutely sure.
And do you serve as a consultant occasionally in addition to teaching and chairing various organizations?
Yes,
And have you served on a number of committees, task force, et cetera, with regard to prevention of child abuse, identifying child abuse, defining certain types of child abuse?
yes.
And were you a committee member of the National Committee for the Prevention of Child Abuse?
I worked on their committee or subcommittees dealing with psychological maltreatment and participated in the development of different forms of published communication, yes.
And have you done some work on an international basis in this area?
I've made presentations on the topic of psychological maltreatment in other parts of the world, and I've done a lot of children's rights work.
And are you currently involved in an organization that is connected with the United Nations?
Yes, I'm a representative to the non-governmental organizations for the Convention on the Rights of the Child, an organization that helped in part to draft sections of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it continues to work to see that the convention is implemented effectively around the world. It's made up of many kinds of professional and child-oriented organizations.
And does that group meet periodically?
Generally meets twice a year.
And has it met twice this year?
Yeah, I think it's actually met more than twice this year, but because it works very close, it tries to coordinate its meetings with the meetings of the United Nations Committee for the Rights of the Child. And I believe it has met more than once in the last year.
And did you recently return from such a meeting?
Yes,
And where was that meeting held?
in Geneva, Switzerland.
And who else is a member of that particular group? So there are a number.
Save the Children, International Catholic Child Bureau, the Defense for Children International, and a wide variety of other organizations that are.
Are there representatives of other countries?
Oh, yes. But they represent particularly international organizations, non-governmental organizations, but the people who come there come from all over the world to represent those organizations.
And in the past, have you served as the regional director for the National Association of School Psychologists?
Yes,
And have you been president of the National Association of School Psychologists?
yes,
And did you chair the Child Development and Services Committee of the International Association of School Psychologists?
yes,
Were you president of the International School Psychology Association?
yes,
And have you served as an associate editor on a journal called School Psychology International?
yes,
Are you still serving on that in that capacity?
yes.
Can you tell me what it means to be an editor or an associate editor of a journal? Is this a professional journal?
Yes.
And- Let me ask some foundational
Certainly.
questions if I may, I'm sorry. What is the readership of this journal? Who's it written for?
It's written for child educational and school psychologists all over the world.
And what types of materials are published in that journal?
Well, theoretical articles giving some perspective on some issue of child development, articles that describe research that's been done, and articles that describe practices that are developing.
And how do articles come to be published in a journal such as this?
They are sent to the journal's office, and then the editors disseminate those to individuals who are expected to read them carefully and make evaluations and make recommendations about whether the articles should be published or not.
Who are the people who read these? I mean, am I going to get these articles in the mail, or do you have to have some particular?
No, you have to be someone who's recognized and respected in regard to the issues that that particular journal is concerned about and that particular profession.
And is that referred to as peer review?
Yes,
And so once these articles are submitted, then people who are recognized as experts in the field read them and see if they seem to have some merit? Is
yes,
that correct? And as an associate editor, are you called upon to read and review material of that sort yourself?
yes. Actually, for that particular journal, I haven't had many of those, but I certainly have for other journals.
Okay, so you're called upon to review the work of your colleagues before they're published in other
Yes,
journals. Is that
right.
correct? And in addition to reviewing the work of other people in your field, do you write and publish material yourself?
Yes,
And do you submit those articles for the type of review that you've described here?
yes,
And have you written a number of articles which have then been published?
yes, I have.
And are they in this same field, that is the area of child abuse and psychological maltreatment?
They're in that area, yes.
And in fact, your resume, if you will, contains a list of 48 such publications. Does that sound?
Well, that sounds about right. They probably go across child abuse, neglect, and psychological maltreatment and children's rights issues.
And have you also published material which has become part of textbooks that are used?
Yes,
And is the treatment of family violence one such textbook?
it's a book that probably is being used as a text in a variety of places. I don't have the information to indicate to me what its usage is.
And did you write material that was published in the APSAC Handbook on Child Abuse and Neglect?
Yes, I've written material for that. That handbook is still in process.
And APSAC, which is all capital letters APSAC, what does that stand for?
American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children.
And what is that organization?
It's the national professional. It's a national association that focuses on the theory, conditions, research, practice relative to child abuse and neglect. It is the association that's made up of professionals such as physicians and psychologists and social workers and so on.
And you've made presentations also, haven't you, in this field and related fields?
Yes,
And I have 55 listed on the CV that you gave me. Does that sound accurate?
that sounds about right to me.
Okay. And included in here are many of the states, but in addition, you've listed that you made presentations in Turkey, Brazil, Slovakia, Canada, England, Switzerland, and Sweden. Is that correct?
And Germany.
And Germany. Have you also conducted research
Yes.
in this area? And what type of research have you conducted?
Well, the two that I've been working on recently, well, actually there are several of them. The research has been in the area of psychological maltreatment of children and in the area of children's rights.
And were you given a grant by the United States Department of Health and Human Services
Yes,
to do some work?
yes,
And did you do some research with regard to juvenile court and family court judges?
yes.
And what was that work basically?
That was an attempt to determine what the perspectives of juvenile and family court judges are on their experience in dealing with psychological maltreatment of children.
And did you also do a study of childhood experiences of juvenile offenders?
Yes, that's another study.
Did you recently make a presentation to the Boy Scouts of America?
Yes, in September.
And what was that?
The Boy Scouts had a national conference on child abuse and neglect. And it was a conference in which they invited all of the, or many of the other child service organizations in the country, so Girl Scouts and the YMCA and 4-H and so on. And the Boy Scouts asked me to give 2 workshops on psychological maltreatment of children.
That is, I mean, that is kind of wild, given what has happened with the organization since 1993. There have been a lot of allegations of abuse within the organization, and let's be real, SA kind of stuff. So it's kind of wild for that to come up. Like little do they know what is going to happen in BSA in the future. Very interesting.
Now, you've referred to this concept of psychological maltreatment.
Yes.
Is that a term that has been used for a long time, or when was it developed?
Yeah. That term began to be used more and more after 1983. Before that, there were a variety of terms used for this: mental injury, emotional abuse, emotional neglect.
So psychological maltreatment, emotional neglect encompass the same area?
Psychological maltreatment encompasses all of the others. The importance of that term is that it recognizes both those acts which are acts of commission, doing something to someone, and acts of omission, withholding behavior or conditions that someone needs, and that it goes across both those things that have to do with the emotions or the affective states, and those things that have to do with cognitive states and thinking, and give some consideration certainly to motivation, which combines certainly those two.
Is there a psychological maltreatment component of sexual abuse of children?
Yes.
And is there a psychological maltreatment component of physical abuse of children?
Yes.
Is there a recognized definition of this term, psychological maltreatment?
There have been many definitions in this area. That was one of the major problems that the field had to deal with, and why Child Protective Services and many of the people concerned about child abuse in this country felt that not much progress was being made, because there was not a set that was generally supported and agreed upon. And during the last 10 years, some genuine progress was made in that area, and now there is a set of categories and definitions that enjoy rather wide support, and that give then those concerned with this area a common, the opportunity to work from a common base or a common perspective, so that they, when they're talking about something, they understand each other a little better.
Who developed this definition?
It's the major contribution to it was the research that was conducted for the Department of Health and Human Services and the National Center on Child Abuse and Neglect, which my office was responsible for.
And if you look over your right shoulder, you will see a
Yes.
board which has a chart. Do you have the smaller copies with you to refer to?
Yes.
And on that exhibit, Your Honor, I don't have the number right offhand, but I'll get it later. Does that exhibit list?
It's Exhibit 295.
295, thank you. Does that list various types of psychological maltreatment?
It lists the major categories. The first 6 have a good deal of theoretical expert opinion and research support behind them. The first 5, excuse me. The last one was derived from the others, so that because it's an area that's been given so much traditional consideration, that it seemed important to pull that out of the other categories, so people would be sure that it was being covered.
And are these categories of behavior which there is some consensus that they have some negative impact on the child if they're subjected to them?
Yes, that's right. These are the acts of, or these labels present the categories that there are the actual acts of psychological maltreatment. And so they are of concern because they are understood to be damaging to people who experience them.
And is it true that a number of the acts that fall in these categories are verbal acts? That is, they are things that are said?
In all cases, there can be acts that are verbal that are associated with those or that express those particular areas. Probably, well, I'll make an exception in a sense. The denying emotional needs, it's not an exception clearly, but often it refers to a situation in which there is actually not much being said at all or much being done.
You've heard the childhood expression of sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
Yes, yes.
Is that a true statement?
No, in fact, I'm trying to remember now, there was a film that was produced recently that actually ended that phrase with, but words can hurt forever, which many people understand in their common experience, and which many really quite a good percentage of those working in child abuse and neglect work understand is the case.
It's so interesting. That question just feels like such a 1990s question, like to be brought in that sort of way. Cause it just, I don't know, for some reason, as soon as she asked it, I was like, that feels like an attitude that a lot of people would have had in the 1990s that people don't necessarily have today. I mean, people talk a lot about how words can be very impactful on other people and how they can harm other people and things like that. So it's just it's very interesting to see like the different kind of perspective.
Now, with regard to the first category, which is rejecting or degrading, is there a commonly accepted explanation or definition of that category?
Well, the one that we've produced and that we keep refining through work with experts around the country is that rejecting and degrading includes verbal and nonverbal parent or caretaker acts that reject and degrade the child, meaning things like belittling, hostile or rejecting treatment, shaming, ridiculing the child for normal behavior, consistently singling a child out to be criticized and punished, publicly humiliating a child. Those are some of the different facets of rejecting and degrading.
And when you talk about terrorizing or endangering, what are you referring to there?
Well, here we're talking about behavior, caretaker, parental behavior that threatens or is likely to physically hurt, kill, abandon, or place the child in the child or the child's loved ones and objects in recognizably dangerous situations. And it has a number of subcategories too that give it further definition.
So does that?
And sorry, you guys may have caught this, may not have, but at the beginning of this testimony, the judge did say this is in front of Lyle's jury only. So the last witness, Dr. Burgess, was just in front of Erik's jury. This is only in front of Lyle's jury. So keep that in mind. He's going to be talking about specifically what Lyle went through.
Does it include actually being violent against the child, physically
Yes,
violent?
it includes both acts of violence that are actually carried out and those that are threatened toward the individual himself or herself or toward loved ones or objects that are of importance to that person.
And is there a belief that scaring a child on any kind of a regular basis, even if you don't do physical harm to them, may be psychologically damaging to them?
Yes.
With regard to isolating, can you explain what that is?
Yes, those are acts that consistently deny the child opportunities to meet needs for interacting with or communicating with peers or adults inside or outside the home. Can mean confining the child or placing unreasonable limitations on the child's freedom of movement in this environment, placing unreasonable limitations or restrictions on the child's social interactions within the home, or placing unreasonable limitations or restrictions on social interaction with peers or adults in the community.
Is there another category called exploiting or corrupting?
Yes.
And could you tell us what that is?
Yes, that includes acts that encourage the child to develop inappropriate behaviors that would be self-destructive or antisocial or criminal or deviant. And that can include then modeling, permitting, or encouraging such antisocial behavior, or modeling, permitting, or encouraging developmentally inappropriate behavior that doesn't fit the developmental characteristics of the child.
Also, Sarah V, member for 9 months. Thanks so much for being a member for 9 whole months with a member chat. So happy to be here. Wonderful. Thank you so much for both being a member and for being here and hanging out with us while we watch this trial.
On the chart, I've used the words denying emotional needs. I believe that's not your choice of words for that category. Is that correct?
Right.
And what is yours?
Denying emotional responsiveness. In other words, the child is not, the responses are not provided to the child. As the child expresses needs or expresses fears or concerns or emotions, tries to, in one way or another, involve somebody else in interacting with them. So when you're being detached or uninvolved, either through incapacity or lack of motivation, or interacting only when absolutely necessary, or failing to express affection, caring, and love for the child would be subcategories of that area.
And the last one, which is denying mental, educational, or medical needs?
Yes, and that focuses rather clearly, I think, on situations in which a child is having problems or needs that fall into one of those areas, and then that those problems or needs deserve attention, and the attention is not being given to them.
Is it the perspective or the consensus of the people in your field that all of these types of behavior do damage to children?
Yes.
Were you asked to make an evaluation of Lyle Menendez's life experiences as a child in terms of the categories that you have listed here?
I was asked to make an evaluation of his life experiences in regard to psychological maltreatment, but I wasn't asked specifically to use these categories. That would be my choice.
When were you first contacted with regard to working on this case?
January of '92, I believe.
And what were you requested to do?
Well, that first contact was one in which you and a colleague came to talk with me at a conference on child abuse and neglect, and you asked me to think about this case that you were working on, and to indicate if there was if it would seem to make sense for me or for people to become involved in it in some way in dealing with the child abuse and neglect issues.
And what was the next step of involvement after that discussion?
The next step in involvement, as I remember it, was that I called you and said that I thought that this might be something useful to do, and that I had been involved in developing a national consortium to deal with the issues of psychological maltreatment, and that group, which was concerned about all of the individuals of that group, volunteers, were concerned about policy issues and standards and practices regard to psychological maltreatment, would be helped by by having a chance to work closely on some cases of psychological maltreatment that were of concern to any variety of parties, but certainly those that would be concerned to lawyers and courts, which could run across child custody issues, child abuse and neglect issues, criminal cases, and so on.
Now, how many people are there in this this group that you referred to, the consortium?
13.
And who selected these individuals?
They were selected primarily by myself and a colleague, 2 or 3 colleagues probably, who had worked together over a number of years on psychological maltreatment issues, and who discussed then by telephone, face-to-face meetings, what membership might be helpful to clarifying the issues associated with psychological maltreatment, to making progress in dealing with it. And so we jointly developed a list of names.
And what was the criteria for that list of names?
Criteria was that these would be people who were highly respected, and particularly in association with child abuse and neglect issues, and also in their own fields, and that they were people who had been doing work in child abuse and neglect and would have an interest then in volunteering their time to work cooperatively toward advancing the knowledge state and practices.
Now, in order to have this group review this case, was a document prepared which contained a number of incidents over various developmental periods in Lyle Menendez's life?
Yes, I requested that information that was available that seemed to be relevant to this area be put into a organized so that it gave attention to the different stages or phases of development. That's right.
And did you submit this information to a group of these individuals to be reviewed?
Yes.
Did you identify who it was they were evaluating?
No.
Did you identify the fact that they were charged with the crime that Lyle Menendez is charged with here?
No, they didn't know the identity of the individual or the nature of the condition of concern or what part of the country it came from.
Now, when they were given this document with all of these incidents on it, were they asked to make some sort of an evaluation?
Yes.
With regard to that? What was that evaluation?
They were asked to determine whether, with the information available to them, it appeared that psychological maltreatment was likely to have been an important, a major contributor, significant contributor to the experiences and development of that individual.
And so the assumption was that these incidents were true. Is that correct? If true, what would this mean for this individual?
Yes, we didn't know whether they were true or not. We assumed that the information being given to us was probably true, but that wasn't the question. The question was, if this is true, then would psychological maltreatment be considered to be a significant part of the life of this person?
And was this group asked to rate it in terms of whether it would be mild or moderate or severe psychological maltreatment? Was there any sort of evaluation of that nature?
Yes.
And what was the result of the evaluation of the factors submitted with regard to Lyle Menendez?
The consensus was that, yes, if this was the background of that person, then psychological maltreatment would be expected to be a significant influence on the development of that person.
And how was it rated with regard to mild or moderate?
As severe.
Once the committee reached that, or the consortium reached that determination, did you then take further steps?
Yes, it's important to understand that there's only a subgroup of the consortium that is available to work on cases that might be going to court. And what we had decided was that when there were cases presented to us that for which psychological maltreatment appeared to be an important factor, that then we would indicate to the people who had presented that case whether or not we had any people in the consortium that could be available to become more intensely involved in that case, to be specifically involved in working on that case to clarify it further.
And
Sorry.
was there such a person identified?
Yes, I was identified at that point.
And did you then proceed to do the remainder of the intensive work on this case?
Yes.
And during the course of that, were you still in contact with other members of the consortium to review the work that was being done?
Yes.
Now, when you agreed to take the next step with regard to this case, what was asked of you? What was your task?
My task was to evaluate the experiences of Lyle Menendez in growing up to determine the psychological maltreatment relevancy to them.
Now, for the purposes of the review you've described, you operated on the assumption that the facts submitted to you were true. Is that correct? For the initial review?
For the initial review, yes.
When you began the second step, were you operating on the assumption that the information provided to you was true? Or was that part of your goal, was to evaluate it?
No, at that point, my point of view was that I was to start fresh and to make a determination of the degree to which whatever information I found was true.
And in connection,
So that is a really important point here, because you know that the on cross-examination they're gonna try to hammer that in to try to be like, well, you just assumed that everything was correct, right? You just took Lyle what Lyle said at face value, right? To basically try to make this witness look like they're a paid hack, you know? So this question was important to say, okay, at the very beginning, your first intake, you assumed everything was true, right? Yes, I did. And then after that, what happened? Well, then I took a step back to see if there was actually truth to these claims. So that's, like I said, that's an important point for the defense to point out here for the jury.
with that, were you provided with school and medical records
Yes.
to review? And to your knowledge, were you provided with all of the school records and all of the medical records that were available?
To my knowledge, yes.
And were you provided with a number of interviews of witnesses, interviews that were conducted both by the defense and by the prosecution?
Yes, I was provided with a good deal of information.
And did you review the school records and the medical records?
Yes,
And did you read the witness interviews?
yes,
Were you also provided with the records of Mrs. Menendez's psychological, her therapy with various therapists?
yes,
And did you read and consider those?
yes,
And you've already indicated that you were consulting with experts during this process. Is that correct?
yes.
I'm wondering if at some point she's going to ask if he reviewed Dr. Oziel's testimony or notes or what have you. And if not, why not? Otherwise, it's definitely going to come up on cross-examination, because he's the star psychologist for the prosecution in this trial. Which, you know, I mean, we love Dr. Oziel over here, right? Anyway.
After reading this material initially, did you make a determination that you wanted to conduct some interviews on your own?
Yes. I was probably continuing to read the material as I made such a decision.
And did you, in fact, interview a number of witnesses on your own?
Yes,
Who made the determination as to who you would interview?
I did.
Were there any limitations placed on what material would be made available to you?
No,
Were there any limitations placed on which witnesses you could interview?
No. There were none placed on me from the attorneys. That doesn't mean that there weren't witnesses I was not able to interview.
Is that because they refused?
Well, either not really refused so much, but just simply did not accept the opportunity.
I wonder if they're referring to Dr. Oziel. Please just say it's Dr. Oziel. Just tell us it's Dr. Oziel.
In connection with the selection of witnesses to be interviewed, what sort of factors did you consider in determining who you would talk to?
Yes. Well, I had access to the defendant, and I had access to these reports that you've described. And I wanted to have an opportunity to talk with some people directly. And I wanted to be sure to clarify wherever I could some perspectives. And there was some information that simply wasn't available in the reports that I thought would be useful. And so I wanted to speak to people who were related to the Menendez family, who knew it as family members or extended family members from both sides. I wanted to speak to people who knew Lyle Menendez as a peer, a friend. I wanted to speak to people who knew something about the family as outside of that scope, teacher, a work associate, and so on.
Did you interview Kitty Menendez's sister, Joan Vandermolen?
Yes.
And how many times did you interview her? If you have a
Face to face once or twice, actually, and by telephone,
And-
probably twice.
how much time did you spend interviewing Joan Vandermolen, Kitty's sister?
Probably about 7 to 8 hours
It's a long time.
across those times.
And why was it important to interview Mrs. Vandermolen?
Well, she knew the Menendez family, had a direct acquaintance with them. She certainly knew her sister, and she knew the nature of the family in which she and her sister had grown.
And was that important to you to have information about the nature of the family in which Kitty Menendez was raised?
Yes, to have some sense of the kinds of conditions that might have influenced her perspective and her behavior and her choices.
Why is that type of information important?
Objection, irrelevant.
Move on to something else, please.
To your knowledge, did Kitty Menendez have two other siblings,
Yes,
two brothers?
Brian and Milton.
And did you attempt to speak with both of them?
No, I only attempted to speak with Brian.
And what happened when you attempted to speak with Brian?
Objection, call for an objection.
Sustain.
Did he agree to meet with you?
No,
Were you able to interview him?
no,
Was he evasive?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustain.
Did you also speak to Patty Anderson?
yes, I did.
And what is her connection with the family?
She was married to Brian Anderson.
And how long did you speak to Patty Anderson? Or how many times did you speak to her?
Well, that
Start there.
3 times at least, and probably 4.5 to 5 hours.
It's a long time.
And did she know Kitty Menendez from high school.
Yes,
And she was married to Brian Anderson, Kitty Menendez's
yes.
brother.
Mhm.
And they were married for over 30 years,
I'm not sure.
a long time.
A long time.
Did you also interview Brad Warner?
Yes.
And what was his connection to Lyle Menendez?
He had been a coach for Lyle Menendez.
How many times did you interview him?
Just once.
And for
It's interesting to me that the Kitty's brothers both refused to interview with him. However, one of the sisters-in-law agreed to speak with him. It's very interesting to me because like that sometimes I don't know if you guys have the experience of having siblings and having those siblings be married to people. And sometimes like when you have all these different dynamics within the family between parents and siblings and various different directions, you've got a history there, right? You have a history. Sometimes sometimes you have a great solid relationship and things go perfectly. Sometimes you get some hangups because of things that have happened over the years, or there's just a little bit of baggage, or there's somebody's mad at someone for a period of time. Those things do happen. But it's interesting to me how oftentimes especially the longer that the sibling and their spouse are married, they come into the family, they tend to become almost like a mediator, like for their spouse or for other people in the family. It's not always the case, but I have seen it not happen, and I've seen it happen before. And so it's interesting to me that the sister-in-law agreed to speak with him, but the brother didn't. That suggests to me something happened. Something happened, and it was too much for the brother to talk about, but it was enough that the wife, the sister-in-law, was able to have at least like some distance from it and was able to talk about it. Because she didn't have the same sort of, probably didn't. I mean, I'm speculating here, obviously. Yes, of course. So feel free to critique me and my comments on that, with that bit too. But I'm just talking about my impressions, and based off of, my own experiences, what I've seen within my family, within friends' families, within, extended families. But it seems to me that to me suggests something happened, that the brothers, or at least one of the brothers, doesn't have the ability to come forward to talk about those things with a therapist, with someone like this, but his wife is able to. It's interesting to me on that. And I do understand folks are saying in the chat that Brian and Milton were staunchly opposed to the rest of the family. Brian's son, Alan Anderson, ended up disowning him over his whole case, since Alan supports the brothers. Yeah. And I mean, there could be so many reasons why Brian and Milton would do that, because it could be that they had very strong loyalty for Kitty because of whatever may have happened, and their upbringing, or their life, and what they may have seen her go through. It may have been too much for them to think about the possibility that she could have also been a villain, or something. There's a lot of things that could have happened there for them to either not recognize some things, or to just have an all-out different opinion from everybody else. Or it could also be that they experienced abuse themselves and were unable to sort of square that, and it was just too close to home. And so rather than come to terms with those pieces, better to just villainize their nephews. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities there that I'm sort of identifying without running down a particular rabbit hole with any of these without more information. But it'll be interesting to see, because I think someone also mentioned that at least one of them, maybe it was Brian, or was it Milton, one of them also is going to be testifying in the rebuttal case. I'm sorry, I know somebody in the chat said that. I didn't save it though, so I can't see it at the moment. So all right, anyway. Interesting stuff. And there are some questions in the chat. I'll get those in a bit.
And for how long?
2 hours.
Did you interview Terry and Carlos Baralt?
Yes.
And what is their relationship to the family?
Aunt and uncle.
Lyle's aunt and uncle?
Lyle's aunt and uncle. The sister and brother-in-law of Jose Menendez.
And how many times did you interview them?
Once,
And for how long?
5 hours.
And did you interview Bob Kruger?
On that one, probably was 3 hours for Carlos and 5 for Terry, because he wasn't there when we started. Bob Kruger, yes.
Okay, and what was Bob Kruger's connection with Lyle?
Bob Kruger was a teacher at Princeton Day School when Lyle was there, and he was the father of an acquaintance of Lyle.
How long did you spend with him?
2 hours.
And did you interview his son, Cole Kruger?
Yes.
Where does Cole Kruger live?
He lives in Sweden.
Were you out of the country on other business and
Yes.
fit in this interview?
Yes. That was an interview I thought was an important one to make because he knew Lyle across a lot of years and spent a fair amount of time with him. And I was going to be out of the country, and I indicated to you that I thought it would be a good idea for me to add a leg to a trip I was on anyhow.
How long did you spend interviewing Cole Kruger?
Spent 9 hours with Cole Kruger.
And did you interview Roger Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roger Smith?
Roger Smith was a colleague, a corporate colleague of Jose Menendez, and I believe worked immediately under him.
And why did you want to speak to a colleague of Jose Menendez?
Because I wanted to learn something about the kind of person that Jose Menendez presented himself as being, as he worked with those who worked under him and with him.
And did you read interviews of a number of other business associates of Jose Menendez as well?
Yes.
And how long did you spend interviewing Roger Smith?
2 hours.
Did you interview Erik Tam?
Yes.
And who is he?
Erik Tam was also an individual who was a friend of Lyle Menendez's and knew him for quite a few years.
And how long did you spend talking to Erik Tam?
Yeah, an hour and a half total.
And you interviewed him in person?
No, Erik Tam I had to interview by telephone. Everyone else we've talked about I interviewed in person, but also in some cases added follow-up telephone.
And did you speak to Erik Tam more than once?
Yes.
And did you speak to a woman named Alicia Hertz?
Yes.
And why did you want to speak with her?
She was a teacher at Princeton Day School, a teacher. Lyle was one of her students, and I wanted to get her impressions. She also knew the family.
How long did you spend with her?
1 hour by telephone.
And did you interview Kitty Menendez's therapist, Lester Summerfield?
Yes.
And how long did you spend with him?
Approximately 2 hours.
And why did you want to speak with him?
Because he had come to know her in the ways that are special to a therapist, someone that you seek out to help you deal with the things that are troubling you and the way that you're looking at life and the problems you're facing.
Did you attempt to interview Donovan Goudreau?
Yes.
And what happened with regard to that?
I made numerous calls, probably 4, 5, 6, something
How
like
does that not surprise
and
me?
was
Good old Donovan Goudreau.
never given the information that I had reached him. I reached people at his number, but was told that he was not there, and there was no return to me of those calls, and I left the number many times.
Do you know
Interesting. He couldn't hear back from Donovan Goudreau. Donovan Goudreau just never responded, despite how many times he tried to call him. Why does that not surprise me?
Dr. John Conti.
Yes.
And is he an expert who is also working on Lyle
Yes.
Menendez's case? And to your knowledge, did he interview some witnesses
Yes.
personally? Did he interview a number of the same ones you interviewed?
Yes.
And did he interview some others that you were not able to interview?
Yes.
And did you speak with him about the others that he'd been able to interview that you had not?
Yes.
And was Maria Menendez, Lyle's grandmother, one of those individuals?
Yes.
And did Dr. Conti share with you the content of his interviews with Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And were there any other individuals whom he had interviewed and you had not?
My memory doesn't pull a particular one back, but we've talked several times over the last few months.
Now, in addition to interviewing all of these individuals, did you request that a physical examination be conducted on Lyle Menendez to see if there were any physical signs of the abuse the sexual abuse he had suffered from ages 6 to 8?
Yes, I did. I understood that it would be quite unlikely that those findings would be made, but I thought that it was something that should be investigated anyhow.
And to your knowledge, was such an investigation, such an
Yes.
examination conducted?
Yes.
And were the results what you expected, which was there was no physical evidence?
Yes.
And did that indicate to you that the information was less reliable? The fact that there wasn't any sort of physical
No,
evidence? Why is that?
because my understanding is it isn't expected that you will find evidence after such a long period of time and with someone of this maturity.
But it was an
But it
area
was-
you wanted followed up on, is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
And in addition to these interviews, reviewing the material that we've talked about, did you also read transcripts of testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you watch tapes of Lyle Menendez's testimony?
Yes. Portions of the testimony I watched on tape and portions I read.
Did you also consult with me?
Yes.
How many conversations do you think you had with me?
I didn't keep any count. I would be surprised if it was less than 20 or 30.
Did you make a number of trips to California?
Yes.
And on those trips to California, did you interview Lyle Menendez and Erik Menendez?
Yes.
And where did you interview them?
In the jail.
And how many times did you see Erik Menendez?
I saw him for 11 and a half hours. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks, my records indicate 7 times.
Why was it important to you to talk to Erik Menendez?
Well, it was important for me to get information from him about Lyle's experiences within the home and his perspectives on the family too, but particularly to learn from him what he knew about the treatment of Lyle.
And you said you interviewed Lyle Menendez as well.
Yes.
How many times did you interview Lyle Menendez?
I'm going to have to count dates to know that.
So he's got his notes. He's got his notes in front of him, which he's allowed to have. Generally speaking, when we're hearing from medical professionals, from people that have, especially someone like this who has talked to so many people, it's really asking a lot of them to try to have them have certain specific details memorized, especially if they can verify that he did take those notes in his ordinary course and course of what he typically does as a professional, that there's nothing funky going on with these notes. So there's nothing wrong with him sort of reading for his notes for this information, especially when it's going to eventually bring up the actual testimony of what's actually in his brain, that is the more important stuff that we want to get out of this witness. So I just wanted to make that point.
If I counted accurately just now, about 11 times.
And how many hours total did you spend interviewing him?
60.
All right, let's take our recess. We're at 10 minutes to the hour, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. That Lyle Menendez is in court with his lawyers. The people are represented. The jury panel is not.
Okay.
We received notice from
We are going to skip
one of the
through
jurors.
this part because this is just a hearing. Look at that. He's got a new tie. Magically so. Let me get a question here real quick from Dionysia Jaclo. I don't recall if I have already asked this, but if this case was happening now with the same lawyers, judge, witnesses, do you think the outcome would be the same? I think that there would be quite a few differences in how this case is brought because of the culture, because of, just things that have changed in so many ways that have even just sort of like sideways impacts on this case. For example, like the whole conversation about homosexuality would be very different if it would even come in at all in a trial like this, or in this trial, if it were brought in 2024 as opposed to, or we started this in 2022, like 30 years later. A lot of things have changed in the United States, and particularly, like, this is Los Angeles, this is California, which is one of the more socially liberal states, and counties, quite honestly, because not every county in California has the same sort of cultural values as Los Angeles. But I really think that there would be a very different way that they would have brought this case, because the jury would have brought some very different perspectives than what they brought back in 1993. So I think that with that, for me, I mean, I can just tell you like what I think of this case, coming at it from the perspective that I have in 2024. I see this as a case where they get convicted of voluntary manslaughter and not murder. So I can, I mean, but of course, like, I don't exactly have a crystal ball, to be able to tell you like, what if this came to trial today? Would I selfishly like to see this case get remanded back down for a third trial if the brothers are successful, or at least somewhat successful in their appeal? Yeah. I mean, because part of it is I would love to see how this case would be tried differently 30 years later. Obviously, for these individuals involved in this trial, I wouldn't want to necessarily see them all go through all of that all over again. But I mean, it would be very, I mean, even just from like a sociological perspective, it would just be so fascinating to see. But to basically, to give a long answer short, the TLDR version, too long didn't read version, is I think the outcome would be different. I do. I think they still probably would have been found guilty of something, but I think it would have been voluntary manslaughter as opposed to murder, because all of these other things about like Erik being an actor and Erik being gay, like these things that like somehow came into the 1993 trial would not, like, I don't think a jury would have entertained those things today. I really don't think that they would. So anyway, let's continue on.
And would you state your name again for the record?
Yes, Stuart Newton Hart.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. You may continue your direct examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Hart.
Good morning.
I think when we left off yesterday, excuse me, we were talking about the information gathering process
Yes,
that you went through prior to rendering any opinions or making any decisions with regard to this case.
yes,
Is that correct? And I believe you indicated that you have read transcripts of testimony in this trial,
Yes,
and you interviewed various family members, business associates, teachers, coaches, friends of Lyle's. Is
yes,
that correct? You also interviewed his brother Erik, is that correct?
yes,
And you spent time interviewing Lyle Menendez, is that correct?
that's right.
And when you interviewed Lyle Menendez, were you told what areas you could talk to him about? Or were there areas you weren't supposed to talk to him about? Or were you free to ask him whatever you wanted?
I was free to ask him whatever I wanted.
And when you interviewed him, did you go by yourself or did you have one of the lawyers with you? Or what?
No, I was by myself.
And were there any limitations on the number of times you could see him?
No,
Were there any limitations on the number of times you could ask him about the same incident?
no,
And in gathering information from him, were you looking not only to gather facts, but to try to make some determination as to the reliability of the information you were gathering?
yes.
And what process did you use to try to make sure that the information you were getting was accurate?
Across all those sources, yes. Well, one would be in talking to Lyle. We approach topics, issues from a variety of different directions. I would talk with him about the kinds of things that happened to him at one stage of his life or associated with one kind of event or one activity. And then we would go to another and another, or I might come back and ask him about something that had been a particular concern to him, or whether or not there were things that produced particular feelings for him or gave him particular points of view. And so in some more structured and some less structured, sometimes I would just ask him to describe for me periods of his life, what was happening at home, what was happening at school, what happened in other activities. So within that set, what was important to me was to determine whether, when approached from that wide variety of directions, did I get basically the same information over and over again? And did I get it in a way that appeared to be natural, that wasn't, so that I wasn't hearing statements that seemed to have been practiced? And that's deals with that part. Then beyond that, of course, I was interested in knowing whether those who had observed Lyle and his family had information that indicated that those things like that had happened, specific things had happened, or that there were conditions that would indicate that those kinds of things would be likely to happen. And in addition to that, I was interested in the perspectives of people, their experiences with his parents, to determine whether their behavior in other areas outside of the family would suggest that some probability that they would behave in the way that I was being told that they were behaving, or that there would be conditions such as I had heard about within the family.
And with regard to that, with regard to descriptions of their parents' behavior,
Yes,
you indicated that you interviewed a business associate of Jose Menendez.
yes, that's right.
And you indicated that you read a number of other interviews of other business associates.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
And you interviewed family members.
Mhm.
And were you given a picture of who Jose Menendez was in the public world?
Yes.
And just generally, what was your description of him in terms of how he operated in the public world? Who was he?
Objection, improper conclusion in hearsay.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What characteristics that you felt were important did you hear about Jose Menendez in the public world?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Are you asking for what was said or his,
No, Your Honor, I believe he's indicated that he was looking at the outside world to see if the behavior that he heard described there was consistent with the description that he was receiving from Lyle Menendez of who his father was.
all right, did the people wish to be heard?
I'm not objecting to the questions you just postulated.
Okay, why don't you just phrase it that way then?
All right, thank you. What behavior were you able to learn about in terms of Jose in the public world that was consistent with the person that Lyle Menendez was describing to you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I thought you said you just didn't object to that.
She didn't ask the same question, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but,
You wanted it exactly in those words.
well, yeah.
Okay, do you mind if we have the reporter read back your statement?
I wish she would.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe he's indicated that he's looking at the outside world to see if the behavior that he heard described was consistent with the description that he was receiving from Lyle Menendez of who his father was.
Okay, that's now in the form of a question.
That he was very bright, that he was very effective in planning to move in directions that he wanted to go to achieve goals, that he was a very powerful personality, would dominate situations that he was in, that he was a risk taker, would go out to the edge to achieve the things that were important to him, that he was cruel, that he belittled and almost dissected people in the front of other people in terms of their ideas, their abilities, that he wanted to have, or that he attempted to have control of all of those factors around him, and the people that worked with him and for him were expected to do exactly what he wanted to have done. And if not, they were in trouble.
And was that the man Lyle Menendez described to you?
Objection calls for improper opinion.
Rephrase the question.
Was that consistent with the
you go.
behavior that Lyle Menendez described to you?
Yes,
And did you attempt to make the same evaluation of Kitty Menendez?
yes.
And what information did you receive about Kitty Menendez from other sources that was consistent with the description you were given by Lyle Menendez?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Did you attempt to gather information about Kitty Menendez to determine if the person Lyle Menendez was describing to you was consistent with the other information? Did you attempt to get such information?
Yes,
And did you get such information?
yes.
And in what ways were there consistent behaviors described to you? What specific behaviors were consistent?
And characteristics, I
And
assume.
characteristics, yes.
Yes. That she was a person of who had a good deal of physical strength, who could be quite bubbly and enjoyable to be around in some social situations. That she was a person who would put a lot of energy into things that she was doing. That she was a person who was seemed confused and disoriented at times, often late, often not accomplishing things that she had indicated that she would. That she was a person who seemed to be unhappy, who seemed to be filled with rage, who was explosive, unpredictable in that explosiveness, and who was strongly critical at times.
Sounds like an
Now,
absolute delight.
In receiving information from Lyle Menendez, did he seem to be eager to tell you negative things about his family?
Suspicion calls for speculation.
Is the demeanor of the person who is giving you information important to you?
Yes.
And do some people try to sell you on their view of the world?
Certainly.
And are certain people enthusiastic about sharing information and eager to give you information?
Yes.
Was Lyle Menendez, is it important in assessing the credibility of someone or the veracity of the information to evaluate the manner in which the information is delivered to you?
Yes, that's one of the factors.
This is a really good example of when someone gets an objection and you find your way around that objection by asking a series of questions. So the objection, so what she asked for was, did he seem eager to tell you this information, negative stuff about his family? Was he eager to tell you negative stuff about his family? The objection that came from the other side was speculation, which is true because, you can't, to say, is somebody eager? You can say, what was his body language as he told you or something like that, and kind of get to sort of describing someone who appears to be eager or not eager. Or you can do what she just did and kind of ask these foundational questions that just kind of get you step by step to the answer that you want, which is, whether or not he was eager in giving negative information about his family. So she, the last 5 or 6 questions were just her slowly progressing, and she did it without skipping a beat, which was just really, really great.
And did you assess Lyle Menendez's demeanor?
Yes.
Was that part of your evaluation?
Yes.
And what was his demeanor with regard to providing information?
In the first set, the early periods of talking with him, it appeared to be very difficult for him to talk about the kinds of things that had gone on in his home, the kinds of things that would speak negatively about his mother and his father. And he would put his head down, and he would have struggle for words, and often use words that were sort of more positive than he used eventually. They were words that sort of glossed over characteristics.
Probably.
And then increasingly, with an opportunity to meet and come to know each other, he was able to speak more directly about those things, and in a manner that that indicated that he was thinking out loud as he talked about it, that he wasn't giving me again a script or something he had memorized.
Have you had occasion to evaluate or interview people who hate their parents?
Yes, I've had a chance to evaluate and interview people who have a lot of anger, a lot of negative feelings about their parents.
Did you see that in Lyle Menendez?
No, I didn't.
How much time did you spend with him?
60 hours.
And did you feel that in that period of time you were able to get an accurate picture of who Lyle Menendez is?
Yes.
And did you feel that you got an accurate picture of what his family life was like?
Suggestion of proper opinion.
Rephrase the question.
Do you feel that you were able to form an impression of the relationship between him and his parents and his brother?
Yes.
But I take it you did not rely exclusively on the information that he supplied you.
No, I did not.
As a way of organizing this material in order to evaluate it, did you put it together by various age groups?
Yes.
And what were the age groups that were important to you in order to group the events of his life?
Well, the option was available to break it down into briefer periods, shorter range of years. I put it in what would be the preschool period, the primary school period, and then adolescence, which really could go on into early adulthood.
And when you say the preschool period, I take that's 0 to what age?
0 to 5 or 6. Yeah.
Now, I take it that if something happened to Lyle Menendez when he was 6 months old, he wouldn't remember it. He wouldn't be able to tell you about it. Is that correct?
That's correct. You know at the outset that unless there's been someone in the family able to observe regularly, that you're not going to have as much information available for the early years.
But is there any effect if Lyle Menendez were to have received either physical, psychological, or sexual maltreatment at 6 months or at 1 year or at 18 months and couldn't tell you about it today? Does that mean that those events would have no effect on him?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. There certainly is research indicating that in those early months, the impact of the interaction with other people, the conditions around you, can have an influence on your development.
And is it important to know things about the attitude of the parents in addition to the acts of the parents?
Yes, because it's suggestive, in some cases strongly suggestive of the way that they would behave toward or around their child.
You have information, I believe, that Kitty Menendez did not want to have a child when Lyle was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, we have no information that before he was born, she was telling him, I don't want to have you, or that he heard those words. So why would it be important to you to know that fact?
Objection leading.
It's one of the kinds of factors that indicates the likelihood of poor care being provided for a child, lack of interest or negative feelings around a child. In fact, that's the kind of information that is used in some of the risk assessment devices in which they investigate perspective of the mother, life conditions of the mother while she's in the hospital preparing to give birth or shortly after, that allows judgments to be made about whether or not services should be offered to that family in the terms of helpers who will provide different perspectives, information about child development, information about good parenting practices to those who are at risk to mistreat their children.
Now, is there such a program that's actually in existence?
Yes, there is a program of this nature in Hawaii that the last time I checked on it, about 2/3 of the state applied the program, and it was offered at no charge, these services to those families that appeared to need help, and it's provided by the state of Hawaii, as I understand it.
Now, you're not suggesting, I take it, that everyone who finds themselves pregnant is unhappy about it, turns out to be a bad mother.
No.
So is it just a factor that you look at?
It's one of many factors that would be considered.
And you have information, I believe, that Kitty Menendez had wanted when Lyle was an infant to have him live at her mother-in-law's and visit him on the way to skiing and on the way back. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, do you have any information that Lyle remembers that or even knew about it at the time?
No, not in terms of knowing that his mother had said something like this.
Is a factor such as that important to you?
Yes, it certainly expresses or indicates the state of the mind of the mother about the child, about the value of the child, about the importance of close and regular relationships, of being supportive to that child.
Now, would you expect that if someone had those feelings, that those feelings would come out, if not in words, certainly in behavior?
Objection calls for speculation of objection.
Is there evidence to suggest that we act on our feelings?
Yes.
So would it be your opinion that a mother who did not want a child and who in fact wanted someone else to raise him would be likely to demonstrate those feelings in other ways?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did you find other evidence of Kitty Menendez's behavior that suggested to you that she was acting out these feelings?
Yes.
And these feelings of rejection, which you're aware of from before his birth, based on the information you received, did she continue to act in a highly rejecting manner throughout Lyle's life?
Yes.
Is there evidence to suggest that even infants receive messages from behavior from their caregivers?
Yes.
And so if Kitty Menendez was acting in a rejecting manner when he was an infant, is it your opinion that that would have some effect on him?
Yes.
What type of effect would it have?
Well, the literature suggests that if you experience that kind of rejecting behavior in the first year and a half of life, that you're likely to become self-isolating, excuse me, and to have some difficulty developing coping skills.
What's self-isolating mean?
That means that you tend not to expect or reach out for support from other people as much, and you're more likely to pull within yourself or keep feelings and thoughts to yourself.
Now, do these early experiences just fade with time? At some point at 6 or at 8 or at 10 or at 20?
No.
They no longer have any impact on you?
They might be reduced somewhat depending upon whether you experience other kinds of caretaking that are significantly different than this. But these early months and early years of life continue to be considered the most critical period in determining the kinds of development that will follow.
Now, when you started putting your material together to evaluate this case, I believe you indicated that you had grouped it by age and by category. Is that
Yes.
correct? And did you make an effort with regard to every event you relied on to find some corroboration?
Yes.
Were you always able to find corroboration?
No.
Were you able to find corroboration in a great number of the incidents on which you relied?
Yes.
You have the chart with you, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's try and work off of that. Under terrorizing events in the preschool years, you've made reference to an incident in which Lyle was bitten on the face by a dog, and that Kitty had placed him in a situation with this dog who was known to be
Right.
dangerous. Is that correct?
Yes.
And terrorizing breaks down into terrorizing and endangering. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Now, with regard to that incident, this happened when Lyle Menendez was 3 years old. So you got information about this from relatives, I take it.
Yes.
And were you also shown, Your Honor, what's next in order?
303.
I think the chart was 303.
I'm sorry, 304.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to mark as 304 now.
Oh, yeah, in this particular case, there were medical records of the,
I'd like to mark as 304 a two-page document which I've shown to the prosecution, which is a Great Western Life.
So, let me answer some questions here. Karen Lester, I know someone in the chat answered this already, but were they offered a deal in the beginning? They were never offered any kind of plea deal. As far as I understand it, the LA County District Attorney's Office was very, very intent on having a very big trial against these two guys. It was for one reason or another. I know there are a lot of people out there that feel like this was like almost a not a political trial, but almost like a political trial. Like they were really trying to build a reputation as prosecutors that can win cases, especially since they hadn't been winning some very high profile cases. There's that's an allegation though. I don't know if that's for sure true, but there's, I mean, there is definitely an argument to that. Tish, what is it that Dr. Hart is testifying about now? Again, I get that it's related to abuse, but what answers is he, what questions is he answering? What is the purpose of with this witness? I mean, this is to get into, you know, the abuse allegations by Lyle. Because there's been a lot about abuse against Erik. And it almost can make the abuse allegations by Lyle look pretty tame. So this is, you know, he's been laying a foundation pretty slowly by talking about the parents, talking about, you know, all of the people that he talked to. Now he's getting into corroboration of some of these various allegations of like these incidents that they say occurred throughout their childhood. And so these are going to be important to go through. Like here, I'm sure that, you know, he already indicated that there's medical records. So medical records of a dog bite. So this is corroboration as to something big that happened, you know, and this dog also existed around that time. So we're about to go through periodically a bunch of incidents that may or may not have corroboration. Probably most, if not all of them, will probably have some kind of corroboration.
Insurance report, medical report. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Hart, showing you what we've marked as 304. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a, well, actually, this is an insurance claim, and indicates that that Lyle was bitten by a dog who became angry with him and attacked him.
Okay. And what is the date of that?
March 9, 1971.
And he was born.
Sorry, really quick. Carolyn V, was Lyle's jury there for Dr. Tyler too? If I remember correctly, yes, because I think she was testifying as to primarily like stuff that happened to him. So I think that may have been just his, if I remember correctly. If somebody else remembers differently, let me know in the chat or in the comments if you're watching on replay.
Born January 10th, 1968. So would have been 3 years old
Yes.
at the time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does he also have a scar on the right side of his face from that?
Yes.
And you said you also received information about this from relatives. Is that correct?
Yes, there were reports from relatives, as I remember.
So this is an incident in which you had
Corrected. Thank you, your everyday
a
sheep.
number of ways of corroborating it. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the terrorizing category in the preschool years, you identified 8 different events which you thought were either terrorizing or endangering. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you feel that that was every terrorizing or endangering act that he experienced during that period of time?
No, those are the ones that for which there were memories for people, some kind of information to indicate they had occurred.
And within your list, are there some that are of more significance to you than others?
Yes.
So included in your list, you have that Lyle was often left in the playpen crying. And you also indicate that he was punched in the stomach by his father for wetting his pants.
Yes.
Now, those are very different types of events. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
One is a one-time event and very dramatic.
Yes.
And the other is a perhaps more minor event, but of a more chronic or repeated pattern. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Are there events that only happen once that are extremely significant?
In this particular set. Yes.
Overall?
Yes, you have a combination of, you have a variety of categories. You could have those things that only needed to happen once to be of importance because they would be have such a strong influence. You have those events that happened in sort of episodically. You might have them happen at this time, then a little later on they would happen, then a little later on they would happen, but maybe with a good deal of space between. You'd have other events that might be quite, or continue to be quite regular.
In this category, you've talked about Kitty's driving and Lyle not being secure in the car during a wild ride, so he's thrown around, him being left alone at the airport, the swimming incidents, being held underwater, that type of thing. What is the message to a child of being subjected to terrifying events when they are less than 5 years old?
Well, one of the fundamental building blocks for healthy development is to learn to trust your world and end up trusting yourself, and that the world is a good place, a place where you're going to be taken care of. And when these things happen, the world then is becoming known to be a dangerous place, one in which you might be hurt at any time, one in which bad things can happen to you that you have no control over. So it becomes a scary place, just the opposite of what you would want to have happen for a young person.
Why is it important for a child to trust their environment?
Well, so that they will feel safe in it, so they'll feel that they can explore that environment, so that they'll get a sense that the people around them are people that can be trusted, that are not going to hurt them.
You've listed a couple of incidents about isolating, one of which was that he was sent to his room, and this is, again, preschool, under 5, sent to his room by 6 o'clock at night. The door was locked, and he was not let out to go to the bathroom, wasn't given any food, etc. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, is that information you have from Lyle Menendez, or is that information you have from other sources?
From other sources in addition.
And what is the effect on a child who is less than 5, who's sent to his room regularly at 6 o'clock and not allowed to eat and not allowed to get out and
Yes.
go to the bathroom?
Well, the magnitude of the effect will depend on a lot of other things that are happening. But again, when you're a young child, you want to be around people while you're awake. You need the support of people. You need to know that they want you to be around them and not to be off where you aren't able to seek help, where you aren't able to seek comfort from them. And so those would be the things that would go wrong.
Under rejecting and degrading experiences in this age period, you've listed 9 separate incidents that you could document, and included were Kitty's abandonment of Lyle in malls, in the airport, her lack of affection, her dragging Lyle down the hall by his hair, the making fun of Lyle's stuttering, Kitty's complaining of the damage that the children caused to the marriage, and the belittling of Lyle because of the way he walked.
Yes.
Now, are there particular events in that group that you consider to be more significant than others?
Well, actually, all those are pretty significant events.
What's the significance of Kitty not showing affection to Lyle or not tucking him in at night?
Objection, assumes facts not evidence.
Right, assuming those things occur.
Yes.
So are you asking it in that fashion?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to incorporate your suggestion by reference, if I may. Assuming these events occurred, what would be the effect on a child?
Of not having affection shown,
Yes.
it would indicate that you're not deserving of affection, that you're not lovable, you're not something worth caring about. It's also a basic need that children have, to have that kind of nurturing, that kind of comforting, that kind of valuing.
Is this something minor? Hugging your child, using pet names, speaking to them affectionately, showing them that you love them in whatever your manner is. Is that important to a child at
That's
this age?
important to a child, yes.
What happens if you don't show the child this? Don't show the child that they're loved?
Well, again, the child will sense that he isn't lovable, that there's something wrong with him.
What is the implication of making fun of a child who stutters or making fun of a child because of the way that he walks.
Yes, and in fact, as you were mentioning, the number of items, they're actually underneath those, such as the duck walk, the criticizing of that. There are many different ways that was shown. So it's really more than an incident or a condition, because it was something that happened over and over in different ways. Well, during this period.
Excuse me, when you say
I'm
over
sorry.
and over, you mean there were various forms of humiliation related to the way he walked?
Yes.
And were there various forms of humiliation related to the way that he spoke?
Yes.
And so this didn't just happen once where somebody said you walk like a duck.
That's
Overall.
That's my understanding. In addition to the importance of learning that it's a world you can trust in, you're also starting to learn at this time that you can trust yourself, that you're a person who can do some things. And so to degrade these very basic sort of competencies that are developing, talking and walking, is really a rather severe way to show a child that he is flawed.
Do children look to parents in particular for a picture of who they are, whether they're okay, what their strengths and weaknesses are?
Yes, certainly with particular emphasis during this period and in the early stages of the next period, you're looking to that outside world to help you make sense out of that world. And what the most powerful people in that outside world are saying to you by actions and words, directly or implied, is the message that you're going to give the most weight to. That must be what it is.
Does that then become your own definition of yourself?
Yes, it certainly would make up a good part of that.
And the information with regard to Lyle's stuttering and his parents' reaction to it, I take it that the parents' reaction to it came from Lyle and from other sources?
The parents' reaction to the stuttering and the walk and so on.
And the existence of the speech problem itself, did you see documentation of that?
Yes, I did. That it had been recognized in the school, and that then finally some help was given, I think, when he was about 11.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to mark as next in order 305. Is that correct? A 2-page document entitled School Health Record. Dr. Hart, I'm going to show you what we've marked as 305, which appears to be school records for Lyle Menendez. Have you seen those before?
Yes.
And is there an entry which indicates that the school identified that he had a speech disorder?
There's an indication, private physician exam, articulation, something, speech therapy. I think it's suggested SUG. It's a little hard to make it out. But.
And what year was this from?
Oh, this was dated in 76.
So Lyle would have been 8 years old at that point.
Yes.
And did you review the records to see when, if ever, the speech problem was addressed by the parents?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, it was addressed when the therapy started, which was in 79. There was an indication somewhere in the record of some speech classes going on in school, but there wasn't any clarification in regard to what that meant. And the fact that it was indicated here that the therapy was suggested would certainly suggest that it wasn't taking care of that, if that was the time period.
I've handed you now what we've marked as 306. And does that appear to be speech therapy records from 1979?
Yes.
And Lyle would have been 11 years old at that time.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're aware, or you have information that he had this speech disorder before he even entered kindergarten, is that correct?
Yes,
And the first treatment that can be documented that he had was in 1979 when he was 11.
yes,
Is that correct? In the preschool period, you also found incidents in the exploiting, corrupting area. And one of the items that you mentioned was Lyle's witnessing of the physical violence between his mother and father. Is that correct?
yes.
And is there evidence to support that witnessing physical violence is damaging?
Yes.
Or is it only people who suffer physical violence themselves that are damaged?
No, witnessing is damaging.
In what way?
Well, it can be damaging in a number of ways. For one thing, it's teaching you that it's a violent and dangerous world out there in general. In another, it's teaching you from whom that violence can come. And then when it is between the two most important people in the world, it's teaching you that people who are supposed to care about each other are able and do hurt each other.
Under denying emotional responsiveness, which is the same as denying emotional needs, you've listed a number of incidents, some of which appear in other categories, such as being left in the playpen, not having an emotional response to his crying, being punished for crying, not being allowed to show emotion, not being nurtured. Now, why is it important in this preschool era of a child's life to be able to not only receive emotion from other people, but to be able to express it?
Objection, compound and leading.
Well, first, why don't you ask him if he does identify all those things that you enumerated as things that fall within that category?
Are all of those items items which fall within that category?
Yes. As I'm remembering the items that you read off a minute ago.
Okay. And is it important, you've already indicated that children need to receive affection from other people.
Yes, that's well established.
And is it also important for a child to be able to express emotions?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's important to be able to express them, to start to deal with them, to start to move toward being a human being who has those emotions. And to have appropriate reactions to those, so that when you're in need, when you're under stress, when you reach out for someone to hug you, you need to have that happen. It's been described by a colleague of mine who's an expert in this area as there should be a slow dance between the infant and parent, and the infant should lead.
Is it something that you hear commonly, little boys shouldn't cry, little boys don't cry? Is there a sort of cultural bias against little boys expressing emotion?
Yes, there's a long-standing cultural bias. Is that one that we've been moving out of in the last 15 or 20 years, but still some emphasis on that.
Is there any evidence to support the theory that little girls have emotions and little boys don't?
No.
Do they have different degrees of emotion or different types of emotion, or are they the same?
That isn't clear that there are important differences there.
So what's the effect of telling a little boy, you can't cry, you can't show pain, and that there's something wrong with you if you do?
Right. It could have several meanings. It could mean that the feelings that you have are of no consequence. They shouldn't be given any attention, and therefore there's something wrong with you. It may mean that you are, the strong message is that you're to deny those feelings. You're somehow to cover them up, to just stop them.
And what's the message to the child who has these feelings and is being told that there's something wrong with the feelings?
Well, it could be, and probably would be, a mixed message, which is people don't care about my feelings. They won't react to my feelings. I can't depend on them to care about them. Or there's something wrong with me even having the feelings.
Do people use feelings as a guide to life? I mean, do we do some things by instinct
That's
and
a
by
big
emotion?
question.
Yeah, certainly feelings are an important part, the emotional side, the affective side of life, to give it strength, to give it meaning, to give it joy.
Also in this category, we have the denying mental, educational, or medical needs.
Yes,
Is that correct? And you
Yes.
evaluated Lyle Menendez in those areas.
yes.
Is that correct? Do you have any reason to believe that his parents didn't take him to the doctor when he had a cold or a sore throat?
No, the records that I reviewed indicated that the visits to the doctor for things like that were fairly frequent.
That's to get ahead of some cross-examination questions, because undoubtedly on cross, it's going to come up, well, they did take, Lyle to the doctor when he had this and he had that and, this kind of thing. So that's definitely going to come up on cross. So this is to try to get ahead of some of that, to say like, no, I mean, they definitely did. I agree. And that doesn't change what I'm saying.
So for this preschool period, is it fair to say that the most, if not the only real evidence you have of neglect in this area would be with regard to the speech problem?
Objection, leading.
Overall.
Yes, that falls outside of that range. That was something that was evidently apparent to them, that they were concerned about, that they criticized for, and yet didn't seek help for.
Is it your testimony that Kitty and Jose Menendez never did anything for Lyle Menendez? Never
No.
took care of him in any way?
No,
Did they provide him with a house to live in?
yes,
Did they provide him with food?
yes,
They provide him with clothing?
yes,
Paid for schools for him?
yes,
Paid for tennis lessons?
yes.
Is it possible that a child who lives in a nice home, is well-dressed, goes to good schools, and receives private tennis lessons still can be suffering emotional or psychological damage in that home?
Yes.
Is there any reason to believe that only poor children receive psychological damage?
No, and in fact, when I helped the National Committee for the Prevention of Child Abuse develop their booklet on emotional abuse or psychological abuse, we made a point of presenting an incident of that type because it was certainly known to exist.
In fact, if you are poor, are you more likely to have people interfering in your life?
Objection, false or improper opinion of speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Do people in the lower socioeconomic groups of our society tend to have interference in their lives from social workers, perhaps more police presence, that type of official visiting of the home?
Objection, improper opinion, lack of foundation.
Sustain.
Do you have an opinion in that area in terms of the isolation of a wealthy family versus
Well-
the exposure of a family who is less economically advantaged?
I know that the reporting of child abuse is much more likely among those in the lower socioeconomic range. And therefore, it would appear that they are more subject to monitoring or intervention on the part of society.
Is another possible interpretation that rich people don't abuse their children?
It's a possible interpretation, but there's not much to support its accuracy.
In the
I feel like that question was also to get ahead of like Pam Bozanich getting up there and being like, but can't we just say that rich people just don't abuse their kids? Can't we just agree to that? It wouldn't surprise me if that was something that actually did come up on cross-examination at this point.
the area of the primary years, now that would be 5 until what age?
Oh, about 11 or so.
Now, are there far more events in this category than in the preschool age?
Yes, this is a period when there were more people who would have knowledge of conditions, and in which Lyle would also be more likely to remember his experiences.
And was one of the, was the first category that you charted within the primary age group terrorizing?
Yes.
And did you chart somewhere between 25 and 30 independent acts of terrorizing?
Well, without counting them, I have 2 1/3 pages about of terrorizing items. So, oh wait, in fact, I think that looks like about 40 or so, and some of them with multiple instances or.
Now, included in there, and I don't want to have you go through all of them, but I would like to just refer to some of them and then have you tell me which ones you think are of particular significance. Did you include in there the being held underwater during swimming?
Yes.
The confrontation between, or the incident with Lyle and his father, in which he painstakingly sets up toy soldiers and his father destroys them all in a very
Yes.
short period of time, in spite of the fact Lyle's crying. Did you include the being trapped in the shower with the hot and cold water,
Yes.
and Lyle being dragged down the hall by the hair,
Yes.
God.
and Lyle being thrown into the coffee table,
Yes.
Lyle being sent outside on the roof or out to the doghouse as punishment,
Yes.
Lyle observing his parents fighting,
Yes.
and this is physically fighting,
Yes.
Lyle being punched in the stomach for eating the wrong food while on the Eat to Win diet. I'm on the
I
top.
believe I did. I'm just having
It's
trouble
the top of-
finding it.
It's the right-hand column at the top of the first page.
Oh, yes, there it is.
Okay.
Draco Amy, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months and also one of our awesome mods. Love and hugs for all who need / want it. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. And also for all the folks that are members, thank you so much for being members. For anyone that is considering becoming one, please definitely do consider becoming one, because the support on the channel means basically everything. You know, it means I can do more niche content like this, like the Menendez trial. It's not one that is the most attention grabbing, at least these days. But there are a lot of people that are pretty keenly interested in it. And as am I. And so the folks that are able to join as members, it's always so helpful to be able to do this kind of content that isn't, the most clickbaity stuff out there on the internet. So anyway, thank you to Draco Amy, and thank you to everybody else that is a member, whether you bought the membership for yourself or you were gifted one. And of course, thanks to everybody that is, watching and commenting and liking, or just watching and lurking. Just wanted to say that to all the folks. I appreciate all of you guys.
Do you include Lyle finding his rabbit crushed to death in the trash can?
Yes.
Did you include Lyle having his mother scream at him, pull his hands away from his ears when he's attempting to block her screaming and calling him names? I'm going down the right-hand column of
Okay,
page
good.
1.
If we do it that way, it'll help.
Okay.
Yes, I see that one. Right.
You
Yes, I did.
included the reaction of the parents to the bedwetting.
Yes.
You read the testimony of Jessica Goldsmith, I believe, and he told you about the incident of hanging from the balcony and being
Yes.
punched in the stomach. Being threatening to send him to a school for the handicapped because of his speech problem.
Yes.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained, the answer's straight.
Kitty's driving, her reckless driving,
Yes.
the brainwashing talks by his father,
Yes.
Kitty smearing blood. I'm on the second page now. Kitty smearing
Yes.
blood on Lyle's face. Jose threatening to divorce Kitty and get a new family.
Debbie, this
Yes.
is definitely
Kitty chasing
leading.
him with a knife.
Yes.
This is definitely leading. I'm surprised that the prosecution hasn't objected at this point, because it's also pretty damaging. You know, I mean, or at the very least, it sounds really bad, especially in this rapid succession. But yeah, this is definitely leading. at the
Jose
very least.
molesting Lyle. This is page 2, the bottom of the first column.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Jose saying, if you don't, bad things will happen to you and you'll no longer be my son.
Yes.
And it goes on and on from there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, obviously, a significant one in that age group is the sexual abuse of Jose Menendez,
Yes.
of Lyle Menendez by his father, Jose Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why have you placed that in the terrorizing category?
Because you're being forced to do things that don't fit your development. You're being overpowered. And in this case, you're also being, as is indicated here, threatened with what would probably be one of the most powerful threats to Lyle Menendez, which would be that his father would not consider him to be his son anymore, because his father was the most important person in the world to him.
And was that only in this primary period that was true?
That he experienced that kind of message?
That his father was the most important person in the world to him?
Yes. No, it was not only in this primary period. It continued right through all the periods of my opportunities to interview him.
Now, that was years after his father was dead.
Yes.
And why do you say he continued to be the most important person in the world to Lyle?
Objection, improper opinion.
Rephrase the question, Judge Sustain.
What did Lyle Menendez say to you that led you to this conclusion that his father was the most important person in the world to him?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
You have the conclusion that his father was the most important person in the world to him? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you formed that conclusion after speaking to Lyle Menendez?
Yes, and others.
And you believe it was your opinion that Lyle Menendez still viewed his father that way up to the last time you spoke to him?
Yes.
When's the last time you spoke to him?
Last Saturday.
And what did he say to you? Or what do you base your opinion on?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
It's the basis for his opinion, Your Honor.
That's why she kind of corrected herself just now. She was like, "What did he say to you?" Or what did you base that opinion on?
Right, well, the basis of the opinion is that he spoke with people and spoke with the defendant. Is that it? Not what was said.
Well, what was said in those conversations that led you to that conclusion is what my question is.
And objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, merely for the basis of his opinion.
And objection.
Sustain.
Was there anything about the way that Lyle spoke about his father that led you to believe that this is still true today, or was as of last Saturday?
Yes.
What was it about the way he spoke about his father?
It's that he continues to talk about his father as a man who had great strength, as a man who was making plans that would be plans that could have some good things happening in his life. That his father was someone who was just very, very bright.
So she managed to get it in. The objection was hearsay because it was, she couldn't ask like what did he say that made you, believe this thing. But she managed to get it in by saying, can you tell us about the way that he talked about him that, that informed your opinion on this? And so by asking that, it's like what she's really asking about is like, mannerisms, body language, like how did he come across as he was talking to him? But like, he basically got the hint and was like, I mean, yeah, it was, the way that he continued to talk about him and all of these things that he would say about him. So she managed to get it in anyway. And I'm curious to see if there's going to be an objection to try to strike that answer from the record as hearsay. Probably not. Let's see.
And who had a lot of power.
You said that he was
There we go.
given this threat that he could no longer be Jose's son if he didn't measure up. Is that correct?
Yes,
If he didn't do what was expected.
yes.
And was that message delivered only in the context of the molestation, or was that message delivered to him in other ways?
It was delivered in other ways too.
What other ways?
It would have been delivered during the talks that they had in the basement when they talked about his tennis and what he was to achieve in that area, the way that he was to live his life.
Is there a concept called conditional love?
Yes, certainly.
And what is conditional love?
It basically means that my love for you is dependent upon whether or not you meet certain standards, you behave in a particular way, you reach certain goals. I don't love you just because you're you. I love you if you do certain things that I want you to do.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Jose's love for his son was conditional or unconditional?
Objection, improper opinion lacks foundation.
Sustain.
What is the message to the child who receives conditional love?
The message would be that there isn't something about me that in and of itself is lovable, that's worth caring about, but that I must do, if I care about this love, I must do what this person wants me to do. And it's what I'm able to do that's important, not who I am.
So does this child grow up with the idea that now I've accomplished a certain goal and now I have the love, I don't have to perform anymore?
Never.
Well, it would be unlikely that that kind of conditional love would be set on the basis of one achievement.
Yeah.
So it would probably be
It'd never be enough, I would
a
think.
case in which you would be continually trying to reach another goal, trying to reach another standard, trying to reach a goal in another area to see that you could deserve that love.
If a child views the love of his parent as conditional, is he secure in the knowledge that he will always be loved, or does he fear losing the love?
Well, he would fear losing the love because it would be required that he keep reaching standards. You can't rest on your oars and be yourself.
So if a child has this perception of his parent's love and feels that he is displeasing the parent, does he then feel that the parent will cease to love him?
Yes.
And can that happen to a child who is older, an adolescent, a young adult? Can those same dynamics still be in place?
Certainly that could happen. It would not be nearly so powerful if it began at that point, because you would have had other experiences to rest on, and you may have learned to value yourself in ways that aren't totally dependent on that. But if that's been a major theme throughout your life, then it's going to be continue to be a very powerful element, a very powerful influence on you.
You talked about, or you listed in this list of events, the programming, the basement talks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What is the significance of the talks that Jose Menendez had with his son, Lyle?
The significance of those talks, as they have been described to me, the information available to me about the nature of them and the fact that they continued throughout his life as we know it, would indicate that he was being programmed to think and feel and behave in exactly the way that his father wanted him to. that his father was not interested in what his natural inclinations or feelings might be, but he was interested in seeing that Lyle became this person that he wanted him to be.
You've been working in the field of psychological maltreatment for a number of years now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are sessions such as have been described by both Lyle Menendez and other witnesses something you commonly see in families?
No.
Is it extremely unusual?
Objection, proper opinion.
Overall.
My knowledge base would indicate it's unusual in terms of the frequency and the detail of the aspects of his life that were being dealt with. All of us, and good parents, instruct their children, spend time with them, sit down. They should be mediators of the child's experience, help them to think about it and figure out how to handle it. That's one of the best things you can do as a parent. But this doesn't appear to have been that kind of instructive, growth-producing, strength-producing experience. This was putting the thoughts, the behaviors desired, the feelings desired by Jose Menendez into his son.
Is one of the goals of healthy child development for the child to become an independent person?
Yes, certainly. The experts indicate that that is a proper goal of human development. Most good parents want their children to become increasingly independent, to be able to make their own decisions, to stand on their own feet, to be responsible and not dependent and not controlled by others.
Did you see patterns in the Menendez family which encouraged Lyle Menendez to become independent, stand on his own 2 feet, and make his own decisions?
No.
Did you see just the contrary?
Yes.
What happens to a child who is not allowed to make decisions, have their own thoughts?
Well, they are very dependent on others. They don't trust their own ideas. They are likely to act impulsively when faced with a problem to solve, so on, because they don't trust their ability to think things through. They're used to having other people either tell them what to do or criticize them for having done something that wasn't what the other person wanted them to do. So it greatly weakens this or reduces this movement toward being an independent person capable of handling his own affairs.
Were there specific messages about trust in this family and whether you should trust and who you should trust?
Yes.
What were those messages?
Well, the messages were numerous and of different types. Some were spoken directly to Lyle, communicated to him, as he's told it to me, that other people are weak, that other people can drag you down, and that you really shouldn't connect. You should not get very close to other people. Another message that was communicated to him was that it's a dangerous world and that those close to you are dangerous in terms of the treatment he received from his father and from his mother, the explosiveness, the criticism, the many things that she did to him. There was another kind of message too, which was a direct teaching of that you should not trust anyone in the most explicit terms. And this occurred when Lyle would be placed in some sort of jeopardy or in some sort of danger, some sort of situation in which he was physically being hurt or afraid of being hurt. And his father either carried out the act that put him in that condition and then told him that he shouldn't have even trusted him. You don't trust anyone and don't trust your own father, or finding him in that condition and leaving him in that condition. The message was, and again, there's nobody out there to help you. Don't trust anyone.
There's been testimony about the fact that Lyle was wetting his bed
Yes,
until his teenage years. Is that correct?
yes.
Now, is that a normal condition for children?
No.
And is there any significance to you to the fact that that condition existed?
Well, there are several bits of significance that might be related to it. It isn't clear what the causes were. They could have been physical causes that might have been taken care of naturally or through by pursuing help, by getting professional help. That's one thing. That was not pursued. There's no evidence, at least, been made available to me, that any professional help was sought for that. And this went on until 12 or 13 years of age. The other possibility is that it was due, or in somehow its likelihood to occur frequently was associated with the stress that he was experiencing. But that we can only speculate about the original causes for this.
So one would be that there's a physiological problem, and one is that it's stress related.
Yes. And the other thing that's significant about it is that he was criticized for this thing that may have been beyond his control and that can be quite embarrassing.
Would any child want to be wetting their bed that late in life?
Objection, speculation.
I
It didn't come. Okay.
can't conceive of the circumstance under which a child would truly want to be wetting his bed.
You talked about one possible explanation, one of the two explanations being that it is stress related. Is that correct?
That's one possible explanation.
Your Honor, I have a document I'd like to mark as next in order, 307.
307.
Council has copies of all of these documents. These are pediatric reports from Dr. Katz. Trying to do it.
Yes.
Dr. Hart, among the medical records that you reviewed, were there records from the pediatric group in Princeton, New Jersey, Dr. Katz and Dr. Levin being the primary treating physicians?
I believe so.
I'll show you what's been marked as 307. Do you see the results of an examination of Lyle Menendez in August of 1978 when he would have been 10 years old?
Yes, I do.
And is there a recommendation there with regard to his speech problems?
Yes, speech therapy is noted there.
And is there anything to indicate to you that there might be stress in Lyle Menendez's life in 1978?
The fact that he was noted to grind his teeth.
And what's the significance of that?
It would be a nervous sort of behavior to deal with discomfort, tension.
Definitely seems like tension.
Is teeth grinding a stress reaction?
It certainly can be a stress reaction.
And you're also have you also had an opportunity to observe a scar by Lyle Menendez's eyebrow?
Yes.
The dog bite.
And were you given information about how he sustained that injury?
That one was sustained, as I recall, from the coffee table incident,
Oh, I
in
thought it was
which
a dog bite.
Jose exploded while they were horsing around and knocked him into or threw him into the coffee table. That situation, as Lyle remembers it, was one in which he was sort of extending what were the sexual behaviors that had been going on between his father and himself, and had grabbed his genitals.
Jeez.
I move to strike the last portion of the answer as a conclusion on part of the witness. While extending.
Overall, natural state.
And were you shown medical records documenting the treatment for that eye injury?
I believe I was.
I'll look for them
It's,
rather than stop here. We'll go back.
All right, well, let's take a recess, make it a 10-minute recess. We'll resume at now the defendant back in court with his lawyers, the people represented, and the jury is in the jury box. Before we resume, let me just say something, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated to you last week when another witness was on the witness stand, I'll be giving you all the instructions at the end of the trial that will deal with all the legal issues in the case. But just in the interim here, during the course of the trial, in regards to witnesses who testify as expert witnesses, let me just give you a little additional information. A witness who testifies as an expert may rely upon evidence received at the trial, as well as other information that has been made available to him that has not been introduced at the trial. Now, during the course of the trial, you've sat here and listened to witnesses and watched the witnesses testify and describe various events. And the witness has, as he said, been provided with transcripts of that testimony, and he's reviewed that. Since you have seen that evidence, it's in its form as presented in the courtroom, you are to evaluate that evidence and decide how to treat it, whether to accept or reject it or believe or disbelieve it, or however you evaluate it. And I'll give you certain guidelines to deal with that at the end of the trial. To the extent that the witness testifies about those events about which you've seen here described in the courtroom by other witnesses, you are the judge as to whether those events occurred.
He's right.
To the extent that the witness describes other events that have not been testified about during the course of the trial, he assumes that those events have occurred and uses that assumption to assist him as a basis to form certain opinions about the matter that he has or will express. And the fact that a witness assumes that certain facts have occurred does not mean those facts have occurred. It's for you to decide what has or has not occurred, to decide what events have or have not occurred, and to give whatever weight you think is appropriate to those events. And at this point, the description of these events by this or any other witness is only to assist you in evaluating the opinions of the witness as to his opinions that he expresses. All right, you may proceed.
Well, I mean, he's right. He's right, because ultimately it's the jury that has to come to the conclusions as to, the big questions in this trial and some little questions in this trial. So, the expert witnesses are there to assist the jury. They're not there to supplant the jury. So that's kind of what he's explaining here, which is entirely appropriate.
Dr. Hart, before the break, we were talking about, or you were talking about an incident in which Lyle was thrown into the coffee table by his father.
Yes.
Is that correct? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I have a document, a 4-page document that showed the prosecution appears to be medical records. Dr. Hart, there appear to be notations on these medical records from July of 1974 and September of 1974. Have you seen these records before?
Yes.
And did you read the testimony of Alan Anderson with regard to throwing a rock at Lyle Menendez and it hitting him in the eye side of the face?
Yes.
And Lyle's parents' reaction to that incident?
Yes.
And does that incident appear to match the entry of July 24th, 1974 on these records?
Yes.
And the September 26, 1974 entry indicates a laceration to the eyebrow. Is that
Yes.
correct? Requiring stitches?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
Haven't they already been marked?
I thought I just did.
Yeah, they were marked just before our recess. Yes.
Actually, I have them marked as 308.
Well, we have pediatric records as 307.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. These are additional records. I'd like to mark these as 308. They're separate
Okay.
records.
All right. Have you marked them then? You put a mark on them so we know what they are?
I did.
Okay. All right.
I did it during the break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Dr. Hart, during the primary period in Lyle's life, you have a number of incidents on what is page 2, I believe, of your chart, which reflect on the behavior of Kitty Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes,
And there's reference being made to Kitty smearing blood on Lyle's face.
Sorry, really quick. Carolyn V, what do they mean by marked? Marked as an exhibit. That's what they're referring to.
Chasing him with a knife, twisting his arms, using physical force on him in other ways.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes, it is.
What is the significance of that type of behavior?
Well, certainly all of those can be quite scary, frightening, terrorizing in that sense. And the message is that this is somebody who can hurt me, and who at times wants to hurt me, and who is very dangerous.
Is there any significance to the fact that this behavior is being inflicted by your mother as opposed to someone else?
Well, in the sense that, again, here is somebody who is such an important part of your life, somebody that's supposed to love you and protect you, and instead is trying to harm you. And part of that harm is also blaming, the smearing of the blood on the face. While that would be terrorizing to many children, it's also being done as described because Lyle is being blamed for an accident his mother had.
Is there a pattern of Kitty Menendez blaming Lyle for the condition of her life?
Yes, that's a strong pattern that seems to go throughout his life.
And what is the nature of that blaming? What is the criticism that he hears, or the responsibility?
Well, there are many criticisms that he hears, he apparently heard. But one theme that's repeated over and over again is that you're the cause of my misery. You're the cause of me not having the good life I could have. You're the problem in my marriage. You're the reason that I'm not happy.
Did you find evidence in evaluating Lyle Menendez's life that Kitty Menendez had a resentment toward Lyle because of the amount of attention that he received from his father?
Yes, that seemed to come up repeatedly.
And did she seem to act out that resentment on a regular basis?
Yes.
Cause for speculation for the witness.
Overall, the answer is no.
And in talking to Lyle Menendez about it, did he seem to feel somehow that he was responsible for her life?
Second cause for hearsay.
Overall.
Yes, he seemed to feel that he was, but he was bewildered by it. He just couldn't understand it, what he had done, why he would be getting this kind of feeling. And he wanted to love his mother, and it was just hard to understand. He wanted to think that she loved him. Hard to understand why she would be doing this to her.
And is that a pattern that continued throughout his life?
Yes.
And in fact, when his brother in 1986 reads a suicide note to him that his mother has written, does Lyle make some effort to help his mother?
Yes.
And what is that?
He indicates to his mother that he wants her to come and live with him and to leave his father, and that he will take care of her.
And what does this represent in terms of Lyle Menendez and what will happen to his relationship with his father?
Well, it certainly creates the possibility of just a tremendous sacrifice for Lyle to make if his mother were to accept it. Because again, his father is at the very center of his life, throughout his life.
Is there a pattern that you were able to discern with regard to Lyle Menendez and his need to or willingness to protect others?
Objection, proper opinion.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did you find evidence of a pattern of behavior with regard to Lyle Menendez and protecting other people?
Yes,
And did you find it particularly with regard to his brother?
yes.
And is this just in one age range or throughout his life?
The information I have would make it stronger in the primary and the adolescent.
Rather than the
Those.
preschool?
Yes,
There was testimony about Jose using a belt
yes,
in disciplining both boys, that he would beat both of the boys with the belt. Are you familiar
Yes.
with that? I've noticed that you have indicated on your chart that a form of terrorization was leaving the belt around.
yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, if you have been beaten with a belt previously, and the belt then comes to symbolize what might happen to you. Just seeing the belt, seeing it placed in a particular way, if that has been done before, preceding a time when you or someone else was going to be beaten with it, then you would be frightened, you would be anxious by just that presence of the belt in that state.
The majority of the examples of physical violence by Jose on Lyle Menendez are in his earlier years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there an incident that occurs in his mid-teenage years, when he's around 15 or 16?
Yes.
And what is that incident?
That's the incident in which, for one of the very few times in his life, Lyle has stood up to his father and indicated he didn't like what he was doing. This was in practicing tennis. And his father first, as I recall, hit a ball at him and hit him in the face, and then grabbed him and took him off to the limousine, and then struck him in the face. Just very, very quickly that all of that appeared to have occurred.
And you interviewed the coach connected with this incident
Yes.
personally, is that correct? And the message in connection with that incident was something to the effect of, if you embarrass me again, if you ever embarrass me again, I'll kill you. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's right. There was that message was stated to Lyle directly, as he's told me, but there was another message there too, which was that just as was the case when you were a young child, it continues to be the case that if you do something that embarrasses me, that there is going to be an immediate action and you're going to be hurt.
Now, if the majority of the physical violence occurs in the earlier years, say under 12, and there is this one incident in the mid-teenage years, does that mean that by the time he's 20 or 21, there is no effect left of this physical violence, or does it still continue to have an effect?
No, this, again, these very early years of the formative years are so important in terms of the way you look at life, your expectations of life, how you're going to be handled. And it would simply build across those years. And in a sense, the punch that he received in that limousine was to reaffirm the fact that these boundaries, this power that you learned early to be afraid of, and to then guard your behavior very carefully around, continues.
Did Lyle continue to receive messages regarding the power of his father?
Yes.
And did he receive them directly from his father in terms of how he acted in the home?
How the father acted in the home?
Yes.
Well, the father certainly continued to be the power in the home throughout all these years, the one to whom people were to go to get their instructions, the one who was going to exert power if somebody did something wrong. And of course, Kitty was capable of doing this too.
And did Jose demonstrate his fearlessness by demonstrating his tolerance for pain?
Yes, that's been described to me.
Is there also a message to a child when he watches his parent interact with those outside the home?
Yes.
And what was the message to Lyle when he observed how his father interacted with relatives?
Oh, that this is a person of great power, a person that is one whose attitudes and behaviors have to be considered.
Was there anything about that interaction that would lead him to believe that there were relatives who were stronger, more powerful than his father?
I've not come across any information to suggest that Lyle observed conditions that would have indicated to him there was somebody more powerful than his father
Anywhere?
anywhere.
And does that include his father's description of his interaction at work? When his father would tell him about things he did at work?
It would include that, yes.
And would it include his observations of his father interacting with people during the time that he worked with his father?
Yes.
Is it important, are there messages that are conveyed to a child in terms of observing interaction of the parent with other people, not only in the area of powerfulness? Do they get a lot of messages from watching that?
Yes, they do. One of the quite influential, quite powerful ways of learning is by watching other people. And you're likely to learn the most, or one way or another, have what's happening registered if those people are important in your life, and if they seem to be people who are powerful in life.
What was the message that Lyle Menendez received by watching how his father treated his brother Erik?
Well, he learned, I believe, that his father again and again was someone who could punish and criticize and demean other people. And he learned that again and again that his father was likely to direct that at someone who didn't please him, at someone who didn't meet his standards. And that would additionally mean to him that if he didn't meet those standards, this could happen to him.
Was Lyle treated with more respect in that family in terms of being viewed as the heir apparent? Or at least by Jose?
Yes, he was treated with more respect, but that didn't keep him from being treated with experiencing a great deal of criticism. But yes, he was the one that appeared to have been selected by Jose to live out the life that Jose wanted.
And was Erik in a similar position?
No, not from the information that I have.
And so is there a message to Lyle in terms of seeing what happens if you're not good enough?
Yes, that you're that you are degraded regularly, that you are somebody that doesn't deserve very much attention, very much consideration.
Was the Menendez history, the Menendez myth of superiority important in this family?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And was this a subject of a lot of the instructional material that Lyle received? Was that somehow he was special because he was a Menendez?
Yes, as has been told to me, that was stated over and over again.
And if you didn't measure up, if you weren't good enough to be a Menendez, did you have any worth at all?
It's hard to find instances in which Jose Menendez respected people other than himself. And he appeared to be so attached to this notion of the Menendez superiority that those almost blend together. And if you aren't up to those standards, then you're either a second-class Menendez or you're outside of the pool of those who are important and valuable.
You're aware, I believe, from the testimony that the children were told that they were to not reveal things about themselves or about their family to others. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that a common form of behavior that you find in abusive houses or homes, that they're secretive?
Yes, that's a well-established characteristic of abusive homes or families.
So what's the significance to you of finding that not only Lyle and Erik, but also cousins who would stay in the house would be instructed to not reveal or actively lie about facts about their lives?
Well, it would add credibility to the idea that abuse was going on in this family and that it was a very secretive family, and also to the notion associated with that the family did not want to have any information about them revealed outside of the home that would in any way embarrass them or suggest that they were not of this superior status that they wanted to enjoy.
Was image important in this family?
Yes, very important.
What was the reaction or what was the impact of Lyle asking for help with regard to his father's molestation from both his mother and his cousin Diane, and having neither of those experiences offer him any help?
Well, there'd be several meanings to that. One, certainly at the very point of his purpose would be that no one's ready to help you. That either people are just not going to believe you, or they're not going to invest themselves in any way in helping you, or they're not going to confront Jose with this possibility. And that additionally, that your feelings and your needs don't count.
You're aware that there is testimony that pornographic films were shown in the home and in fact shown to the children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the source of your information with regard to that?
The discussion with Lyle, and then the discussion with Alicia Hertz, who lived in the neighborhood, taught at the school, and who told me she considered the film that was being shown at some sort of social gathering to be quite inappropriate.
Inappropriate for her or inappropriate for children?
Well, inappropriate for many adults, and certainly inappropriate for children.
And did she have information that it was shown to children?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
What is the effect of showing pornographic films, sexually explicit and violent films? And I'm not just talking about Westerns type of violent, but sexually violent films to young children.
Well, again, it indicates that this is a dangerous world, and that people do some terrible things to each other, and that they use each other, they exploit each other for their pleasure, for whatever their desires are. And it would also, depending on the period of development when it occurs, could be quite disturbing in regard to what the meaning of sexual identity and sexual development and sexual relations are.
Does it create a family in which the normal boundaries don't exist, or does it add corroboration to the idea that this is such a family?
Yes, it would support
entirely
corroboration
messed up.
for that, because this is the kind of thing that if adults did view it themselves, you would expect them to make the good judgment of knowing that it's not something that should be shown to the children. And so what they were doing was putting the children in the spot of having to deal with things as though they had the wisdom and experience and values of an adult to compare that to, and to come away with some good judgments.
You included in your list of psychological maltreatment or psychologically maltreating events another form of exploitation, which was Jose's molestation of Lyle.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you also included Kitty's seductive behavior and inappropriate interaction with Lyle. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's right.
And what would be the significance? Well, are both of those events the same in terms of the impact on the child?
No, not necessarily. They both can have quite negative consequences, be bad for the child. For the father, we're talking about the confusion that's associated with a male sexual relationships, and the manipulation that's associated with making that acceptable by offering the opportunity for intimacy that doesn't exist, physical closeness, and with the mother, of course, it is out of the range of what you expect a mother to do. But in this case, again, it's a mother with whom he had very little opportunity for any closeness, and so would have it would be something that a young boy might be enticed toward, but would certainly confuse him in regard to what a mother's about, what the relationships between a mother and a boy are supposed to be. And it probably would be further confused in this case because outside of that kind of intimate relationship with his mother, as I understand it, the criticisms, the negative feelings about him, which his mother expressed, continued.
Why would a young boy, 6 to 8 years of age, permit this to go on with his father, the sexual molestation by Jose? Why would he let it happen?
He could let it happen, or it could happen because he has been educated or programmed to believe that this is proper kind of behavior, that this shows closeness, that this is the way that you show caring, that this is the way people have done, or
all the
these are the
Roman
kinds of
talk
things people have done
Earlier,
historically,
they testified to.
and
That
that is all right.
Does a 6-year-old consent to a relationship like this? Does he have a
No.
choice?
No, you wouldn't
No.
consider a 6-year-old to be able to give consent that would have the meaning that we generally apply to that, because a 6-year-old couldn't give consent free of coercion or manipulation. Again, this was the most powerful figure in his life. And what this person told him was what you were to believe. And what this person asked you to do is what you were supposed to do. Plus, it offered the opportunity for closeness.
Now, what about with his mother? This is at a slightly older age.
Yes.
Is this a consensual relationship when he's now 12 or 13? And his mother is exposing herself or acting seductively or making herself available for sexual contact?
No, it wouldn't be consensual at that age either, especially for someone who had been denied the closeness and warmth of his mother. And it also been placed in situations in which it had sort of been encouraged progressively.
Your Honor, this would be a good place if we could break here, or do you want to go further? I can start another section if you want to go
I
further.
think we should go a little further.
Okay. You included in your list of exploiting or corrupting behavior the fact that the parents were doing schoolwork for the children. Is that correct?
Yes. Which page are we
I'm
on
on
now?
page 5.
Okay.
What is, isn't that every child's dream to have their parents doing their homework? Isn't that a nice thing for them to do?
It's the dream of many children to have somebody do their work for them, short term at least, until they find that then they're less capable of doing the next bit of work, and that they continue to be confronted with situations in which they're expected to be able to do something.
But
But what it does is it means that you, by having your parents do that work for you, there are several messages. One, that possibly they suggesting that you're not capable of doing it. Another is that schoolwork is not important and you should be spending your time on something else. This is probably one of the messages that was pretty strongly put. And that actual learning and achievement in school is not so important as getting through it with grades. And one of the long-term negative effects would be that you don't develop the study habits. You don't develop the competencies that deal with the knowledge base or the skills that may be demanded. At least not to the level that you're capable of.
you indicated you interviewed personally Alicia Hurst. You also read testimony of the other teachers who
Yes.
came in here, testified, and read additional interviews with other teachers as well. Is
Yes.
that correct? Was there a pattern among these teachers of being aware of the fact that the parents were doing the homework?
Yes, that pattern appeared to be well known.
And was there any pattern with regard to how the teachers dealt with this information?
Well, the pattern wasn't so clear there. The clearest part of it was that they avoided confronting the Menendezes with this condition. There may have been teachers who graded Lyle somewhat differently, taking that into consideration because they weren't confident that it was Lyle's work.
And what was the explanation for not dealing with the parents or dealing
Objection,
with?
calls for hearsay and irrelevant.
Sustained.
What was the message to Lyle, knowing that his teachers were not going to interfere in this area?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Can I have a question right back, please?
Question, what was the message to Lyle, knowing that his teachers were not going to interfere in this area?
Sustained.
Are you aware of the testimony by various teachers who came in here and said that they would not interfere in this area because they were afraid of the parents?
Yes,
Do most children view their teachers as powerful figures?
yes.
And what is the message to a child that these teachers would not face his parents?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
There you go.
Well,
She
the
managed to
message
work it in.
was that these teachers were not going to confront his parents, that they were too powerful and too intimidating.
And did this apply to both Kitty and Jose?
Apparently.
There was a lot of testimony about the condition of the home, the fact that it was messy, it was disorganized, the ferrets ran around, used the entire house evidently as their bathroom.
Ugh.
Is there any significance to I'm not talking about things out of place, but a dirty home?
Well, there are a number of things that could be significant about that. One would be that the person taking care of the home isn't capable of doing those things, or that it isn't important, or that the providing a clean and environment, an attractive environment inside the home, or at least in certain parts of the home, is not an important thing.
Are there laws in most states, to your knowledge, which remove a child from a home based purely on the physical condition of the home, if it is dirty enough?
If the conditions are extreme enough, I believe there are such laws.
And is that because it is an unhealthy place for a child to be?
Yes, it would be a place in which you would expect the child to develop illnesses.
There has been testimony about Lyle's involvement with his stuffed animals. Is
Yes.
that correct? And did you discuss that with him?
Yes,
And were you also aware that these stuffed animals sometimes became the target for the actions of either the parents or even his brother on some occasions?
yes.
What is the significance of their maltreatment of these inanimate objects?
Well, those inanimate objects, those stuffed animals, were very, very important to Lyle. This was a place where he could have some control in what he pretended they were doing. He had strong.
Hang on a sec. Sorry. I forgot that my AirPods were going to die on me at some point. All right. Should be good for a little bit here.
Positive feelings for many of them, and he could create a world with them, as many children would, but a world that was somewhat more reasonable than the one that he lived in. To harm those animals would be another way, or one way, to hurt Lyle, to punish Lyle, to get him to feel some pain or some anguish. And since they were known to be so important to him, you would assume that that kind of action was meant to somehow punish him.
And did Kitty, in fact, make comments about the fact that he loved his animals more than he loved her?
That's my understanding.
Did she seem to express jealousy of his stuffed animals?
Yes.
That's so weird.
Now, you indicated she expressed jealousy of his relationship with his father. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And did that go on through his teenage years?
That's my understanding.
And in fact, are there indications in the records of her therapist that she continued to have this same resentment when he would come home that she wouldn't have the same relationship with her husband.
Yes.
Pause for hearsay from the records.
Sustain the answer, stricken.
Do you have an opinion as to whether this jealousy of Lyle with regard to his relationship with his father continued up until the time of the parent's death?
Yes, it appeared to continue.
And you've indicated that you have evidence that she had this jealous reaction to the attention that he gave to his stuffed animals.
Yes.
Did she also appear to exhibit a jealous reaction with regard to his relationships with his girlfriends?
Well, she certainly was known to express a lot of anger, a lot of criticism directed at his girlfriends.
What was the impact of Kitty's alcohol and later on drug dependency?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Are you aware that Kitty drank regularly throughout her life?
Throughout her adult life as a married woman, yes.
Yes. And did her drinking appear to be situational? That is, it appeared to be tied to particular activities?
It appeared to be tied particularly to conditions when she was feeling she wasn't getting enough attention from Jose. May have gone well beyond that.
Move to strike may have gone well beyond that as speculation on.
Sustain. Sustain that portion of the answer is stricken.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you have information that the drinking was an ongoing problem throughout her adult life?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that she was on significant dosages of antidepressant medication for the last several years of her life?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence and assumes facts not in evidence.
Rephrase the question.
Were you shown medication records for Kitty Menendez for the last several years of her life, with the exception of perhaps the last 6 months?
Yes.
Which indicated she was taking substantial dosages of antidepressant medication.
Yes.
What is your opinion with regard to the impact that this alcohol and drug usage would have had on Lyle Menendez's life?
Well, he would have seen a mother that was less and less capable of dealing with life, that seemed to be out of phase.
Okay. And what is the effect of living with a mother such as she was described as being, who was subject to rages, violent mood swings, erratic behavior? What is it like for a child to live in that type of a home?
Well, it would be quite frightening. These are explosions of rage, of anger, of criticism that could occur at almost any time, and we're not, again, in any predictable way, or on occasion, we're not tied to events going on around Kitty Menendez. They seem to blow up, to bubble up within her. And so it would be quite a frightening set of conditions.
Does it give a child the idea that the world is a safe place to be?
No.
Did her rages seem to have a physical component to them frequently? In terms of
Yeah, in what sense?
striking out or
Oh,
grabbing
yes.
by the hair or?
Mhm. Flailing about, yes.
Yes. Do you have information with regard to both parents continuing to be involved in monitoring Lyle's life as he becomes a teenager and even young adult?
Yes.
And what information are you referring to?
I'm referring particularly to the frequent telephone calls, to the flights to check on, to actually go into the area where Lyle happened to be to check on him, but in addition to that, to the continuing pattern of having Lyle check in also when he had a concern or a problem, to determine how he should handle that.
And do you have information with regard to them tapping his brother's phone
Yes.
and monitoring the calls between Erik and his friends as well as Erik and Lyle?
Yes.
What is the effect on an adolescent or young adult to have this type of monitoring continue, this type of interference in his life?
Well, it says, again, that you have to be taken care of, that you have to be watched, that you don't have sufficient competence to handle your own affairs, that in fact you may do things that would be somehow damaging or of great concern to us. And so we need to watch you closely, and that these are people who will go to great lengths to make sure they know what you're doing.
And in the 60 hours that you spent with Lyle, did he express resentment that his parents were making the decisions for him in his life and controlling him to the degree that they were?
He indicated that there were instances in which he wanted to do things differently than his parents wanted them, and on some occasions did. But he was really quite accepting of the direction that his father gave to his life, and to working things through with his father in the direction of the plans that his father had for him.
Did he seem to go along with these plans because they agreed with what he wanted in life, or was it just merely an acceptance that his father knew best, or his father was going to be the one to make the decisions?
Correction of proper opinion.
Sustained.
Did he express a participation in the making of the decisions?
No, he didn't describe a participation that was a genuine participation, having his thoughts, his plans given genuine weight, but he did describe situations in which he would broach a subject, bring a subject up with his father, and then if his father decided that, in fact, there was that wasn't to be given any weight, that he was just to continue in the direction that he wanted, then Lyle accepted that.
And was there such a discussion, to your knowledge, with regard to where he was going to school?
Yes.
And what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the fact that, as Lyle told me, that he had come to recognize that Princeton wasn't the right place for him, and that had a desire to actually develop some competency in an area that would be useful to him. In business, as I remember, particularly. And so he wanted to talk with his father about changing from Princeton and going to another school.
And what was the outcome?
The outcome was that his father indicated to him that there were really other plans for his life, that it wasn't important to develop that competency in business, that he could set him up or take care of him in that area, and that in fact there were other areas that he might need to go into, and the contacts and the diploma or the fact he had graduated from Princeton would be more useful to him.
Are you aware of any major decisions in Lyle Menendez's life that he had been permitted to make? Did he get to pick the school he went to?
No, he didn't.
Are you aware of his father picking a girlfriend for him?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that his father indicated he had attempted to interfere in various relationships because he didn't approve of the particular girlfriend?
Yes.
Are you aware that Lyle Menendez testified here that he assumed his father would pick a career for him?
Yes.
And his father would buy a compound in...
Oop, 1 second. Okay.
in Florida, and Lyle would live there?
Yes. So now I was thinking as you were talking, we've taken care of career and where you will live and who you will marry. I can't recall any major sort of life decision that Lyle had any significant impact on.
Is that a healthy state of affairs for someone who is 21 years of age?
No.
Is that a mature state of affairs for someone who's 21 years of age?
No.
He was 21 at the time his parents died. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was he mature for a 21-year-old?
No.
Was he immature?
Yes.
What is your opinion with regard to the existence of psychological maltreatment throughout his life? Was there psychological maltreatment?
Yes, there is psychological maltreatment throughout his life, for the part of his life that I've come to know.
And would you characterize it as mild or moderate or severe?
Severe.
And what is your opinion with regard to the impact of this lifetime of abuse?
That it would have created a person, that Lyle would have become a person who did not see resources around him, people that would help him, people that he was truly connected to, that life was a dangerous thing unless you walked a sort of tight wire or rope that had been directed for you, that he didn't have the basic competencies to direct his own life and needed assistance on that, and that he had not been able to match the standards to be the person that was expected of him, of the person who was the most important one in the world and the most powerful one in his world.
Did you find Lyle Menendez to be an angry young man?
No, I didn't.
Did you find Lyle Menendez to be a young man who loved both of his parents?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, we'll take our recess and we'll resume at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. Please be back here promptly at 1:30 so that we can start. I said that yesterday to the blue jury, and needless to say, somebody didn't arrive until 2 o'clock. So we had to wait a half hour for that. So please be back at 1:30 so we can start promptly at that time. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll see you back here then.
Okay. So they're going to get into cross-examination. We are going to cut it off for today. We will pick that up next time. But this has been another very, very interesting episode of this trial. Thank you so much for joining me, whether you are watching live or on replay, whether you are in the chat or in the comments or, liking the stream or just lurking. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, of course, as always, to the mods for helping to make sure that the conversation is guided in a way that is productive and helpful. Because we always have people that are agreeing and disagreeing in various ways, and I love the fact that people do so in a way that is, helping us all to get to the truth with a capital T. So, all right, thank you so much. We're gonna have more stuff coming out this week before we have Friday, our members only live stream. So, once again, thank you. Oh, and actually, sorry, there was one more question that I didn't get to. I just realized it. Karen Lester, have there been any other high-profile two juries for defendant cases? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I've never seen anything like this. Folks can comment either in the chat or down below in the comments if they know of one, because that's fascinating to me. This is the first one that I've ever observed myself. It took a while to adjust to, but now at this point I'm like, it's whatever. So anyway, but I have heard of people talking about these kinds of cases happening. They are rare from what I understand. All right, guys, that will about do it for me. Okay. All right, guys, thank you so much. And have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday, whatever is left of it. See you guys.